Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma and today we have a guest from Chicago. We'll be discussing about how to provide support when a woman is faced by miscarriage. Miscarriage creates a variety of emotion and there's nothing right or wrong way of that feel. So we'll be discussing how her organization Sanjeevani provides support and emotional support to women who are undergoing loss of their child. Stick around to this episode till the end to know more.
Friends, have you ever wondered that making a lasting impression online is similar to landing on the moon? If yes, we have a solution for you. Akulmek Genius program will help you prepare for your upwards trajectory towards success in the digital world. Our program consists of 12 unique tailor-made sessions of 1 hour each, spread over 6 weeks. Akulmek Genius program provide you practical knowledge about how to optimally use online video platform with lights, action, camera, as well as crash course in using virtual screens. The program also includes a session on the grooming and online etiquettes, which are important for running your online sessions and webinars. At the end of the program, our participants would be allowed to make their own videos, which will be published on a very popular business channel called Akulmek Live. This will provide global recognition to all our participants. If you like what you hear, then using the link in the description below, join the program straight away or visit www.akulmek.com and click on Genius Program to know more.
Welcome back, and today we have Pramila Kumar, who is very active in community services. She has her own organization where she takes care about the problems like isolation or women who are suffering with miscarriage and the emotional support. So we'll be discussing about this today. So I'd like to welcome her. Welcome to the show, Pramila. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Kanchan. I'm doing very well, thank you, and thanks for having me in your show.
Well, Pramila, you see, you had been doing and serving community in various portfolios, and one of that is that you also take care of the emotional need of women who are suffering or the aftermath, I can say, of miscarriage. And I think that is very, very emotional phase for any woman. So how really you console these women? And I think that would be very difficult for you.
So essentially, Kanchan, miscarriage, or how we refer to as early pregnancy loss, it's an emotional and traumatic time for a woman. And not only a woman has to go through the loss of the baby, but there are physical impacts of a miscarriage. And it also leads to relationship impacts. So there are different ways that the healing can be done because someone, going through miscarriage can go through grief, hopelessness, sadness, guilt, anger, jealousy, and intense feelings of loneliness. So what we recommend to them that there are short term and of course there is long term steps that they can be taken.
Well, somebody who, because it's sometimes, I feel personally, being a woman, it's sometimes so uncontrollable, the sorrow and the loss of a baby. And then, of course, people who also, I think, blame you for miscarriage because sometimes they say you have not taken care or something like that. So this situation is very critical for women. And when you talk about short term and long term, how you really initiate? Suppose if a lady is suffering from this kind of problem, I mean, I'll put it as a problem. How you initiate the guidance and recovery?
So essentially, when a woman goes through miscarriage, we have to allow her to grieve for the baby. the baby that she was unable to see. For whatever reason, the baby was within the womb and it just came out. So grieving is very important, acknowledging the grief, acknowledging the fact that for whatever reason it was beyond the control of the would be mother to ensure the birth of the baby. And also, sometimes we always recommend that the family, the spouse, or friends need to be there to support this person. Instead of blaming, let's fix it rather than blame or, criticize or, cause more harm to the baby. Sorry, to the mother, not the baby, to the mother.
Well, I can really understand it's very critical for any lady of this world when she suffers with the miscarriage. So, what are the precautions one should take? I mean, before we really get into this kind of situation.
Uh, Kanchan, I think a doctor can prescribe better to say what precautions are needed to avoid a miscarriage. But many a times a miscarriage does happen, even if the lady has taken all precautions. And these are sometimes beyond the control of the mother. But the mother should always be feeling positive. No matter what has happened, it is not to be blamed, and there are always chances to have another baby. And to have another baby, the woman needs to ensure she's healthy enough to eating well, taking care of herself. They can go to a therapist, a support group, spiritual guidance, or simply take care and rest. These are some of the very important things which can be taken post miscarriage. And if the woman is having a spouse or a family members, they need full and unconditional support from them also.
Well, you and me, we all are mothers, and I want to know: is there any symptom of miscarriage? Can we really postpone the this kind of sorrowful situation?
So pregnancy normally is termed when a woman stops having her menstruation. Is an indication that probably the woman is pregnant, most likely. And the onset of menstruation is another big symptom that the pregnancy is no longer active. Uh, and when it happens, I think the woman needs to take immediate help of a doctor and make sure that she is not in a very agitated state, because that will all trigger the miscarriage to happen even more fast.
Well, now the question comes now: how the family, as you mentioned, it's really very necessary that women get support of spouse and family. But what happens in the society where we live? There's a lot of people around us, and how really you guide communities to react to this, because this is, I feel, is one of the accident, and accident can happen anytime, anywhere. So how you really feel that community should come forward in support of a lady who has just undergone a miscarriage?
A woman who goes through miscarriage, it's a devastating loss, and they think that they will never get better and they will never recovery. So to the community, give lots of love to the person who had this accident, and help, get the support. Pregnancy loss can create a lot of sense of loneliness. Make sure that the community is around this person, taking care as if the woman would have delivered. Because we just want to also call out Kanchan, the toll the body takes, it's very similar to having a child. So even if the child did not survive, the body takes the same kind of toll.
Now, talking to you about your organization, Sanjeevani. So, do you have these kind of patients, or are you really go in your community by yourself to give support? And how it is? Do you enroll these kind of ladies and help them voluntarily?
Yes, so we have support groups. So, if a female has gone through a miscarriage, uh, uh, by choice or by accident. So, another woman who has the same incident, they can join the support group, and that becomes a big way of healing, because there are women who have the same emotions, same concerns, same grief, same sorrow, and they all together bring in hope to each other. Support groups plays a big way, and Sanjeevani is also geared to help these women as needed. A person to listen to, a shoulder to cry to, a hand to hold to.
So, do you provide any online support also somebody who is out of Chicago and need your support? Maybe somebody is in India. Though in India, what happens, we have joint families. So, rarely this kind of situation occurs. But still, there are families, there are people who are outstation, working, serving, professional, and they may undergo these kind of situations. So, do you have any online support?
Absolutely, Kanchan. We have an online support. We have two helplines, which is 24/7. Sanjeevni does get a lot of calls from India for different issues, and we also have a 24/7 chat. So people can reach anytime by chat and, of course, by phone to get the online support.
With another subject, and we will listen your ideas and support which is being done by Sanjeevani, and it was so lovely to talk to you again. So look forward.
Thanks, Kanchan. Once again, thanks Akulma for having me.
Bye bye.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. Today we want to basically make an announcement about a new group that we have launched on Facebook where we want to indulge with people and discuss about things like attitude, leadership, and character building and things like that, even parenting. So I will be joined by my partner from UK, and we will be making this announcement and making it very clear why your participation is so crucial, not only for you but for everyone, including us. Welcome back, friends, and today we have a special announcement, and the announcement is very interesting. So without further ado, let me invite my friend from London, Mr. Naval Gund, to talk more about it.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Beautiful day today. And yes, we're launching something new. And it's called Everything You Should Have Learned at School, but You Didn't. Now, why are we doing that? CK, why are we doing that?
Well, in my opinion, I think there are several skills which you don't learn at school, and the life teaches you those skills. So we want to basically have people follow us and learn some of those skills. That is the reason why we have launched this particular specific group for reaching out to such people who wants to enhance their attitude, improve their leadership qualities, etc.
Absolutely right. And you know, as an employer, and I know as an employer, the first thing you ask in an interview is not what's on the CV, it's what isn't on the CV. What have you done? Where have you done it? What did you enjoy? What was your worst example? And all of these things you never get from a technical arena. Now, this is a huge shock to a lot of highly qualified graduates that come out of university thinking, having been told, get a good degree, get a good job. Now, I'm 62 years old, and I was told that when I was at school. And do you know what? my teachers lied to me. But they didn't lie on purpose because they didn't know any better. It's because it was assumed that that's what happens. You get good qualifications, you get a good job. Well, it's never really been the case. And you will know, anyone over 25, in fact, sometimes a little younger, but anyone over 25 that's gone for an interview and they see a whole line of people waiting to be interviewed for that one job, and then you suddenly realize you're in a competition. And it's not just about soft skills and the right attitude, but it's all those other things that we have to learn as an adult. How to be a parent. My goodness, how to be a parent. You can go and read all the books about it, but they won't do you any good at 2 o'clock in the morning when you're trying to thumb through and that baby's crying. You know, it's about practice, more practice, and the right practice makes perfect. Any practice makes permanent. So the purpose of this course, and it's online. We're going to be doing live sessions. We're going to be interviewing you online as well. And we're going to be getting you to do certain things that might be just pushing you a little bit out of your comfort zone. But fundamentally, look at the picture in the background. Can-do people are great performers. And what we want to be doing is helping you be a can-do person. Not that you know how to do it, because there's lots of things, CK, you and I do that we haven't a clue how to do, but it's exciting and we roll our sleeves up, we brush ourselves down and we get after it. We really get engaged with it. And this is about being engaged. What excites you? What really excites you? You know, it could be sport, it could be work. It could be having fun with the kids or grandkids. It doesn't matter. But once you've found out what that is, then we can capture that and we can move that into having more excitement and being happier. So it's as simple as that. Come on a journey with us. It'll be a fascinating journey. We're going to teach you little tricks of the trade. These aren't tricks, really. It's just common sense. But as they say, common sense isn't common practice. So that's what we're going to help for you do as well. We're going to make common sense your common practice. And there's lots of side benefits from this too. You will be able to identify idiots, fake news, people that you need to avoid. So those are the tricks of the trade that we can have. And more importantly, you can help those other people be better people. So this is about helping you be good in your arena, get the best out of your life, but also being a good human to everybody else. I hope that's exciting. CK, I can see you smiling away. We've touched a couple of nerves with you there. You know, you and I are a little old in the teeth here, but you've got young children, and it's helping them succeed too.
Yes, so viewers, I think this is a very brief announcement of what we intend to do. So please join in every Friday at 4 p.m. India time. And you can actually address your concerns with Naval, and Naval can respond to you. It's going to be a chit chat session, nothing official about it. It'll be very friendly from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. I will update the group statistics with all this information. Every Friday 4 to 5, Naval will be live with you guys and discuss various soft skills, leadership, attitude, and even parenting issues.
Look forward to it. And by the way, we don't have all the answers, but we'll help you find them in your world, in your arena, so that you can be the best you can be. And it's as simple as that. So come on the journey. Let's have a little fun. Let's go back to our childhood and start learning everything we should have learned at school, but didn't.
See you this Friday, Naval, and we will have fun.
Cheerio. See you then.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and you are on Akulmak Live. Today's the matter that we want to discuss is about the voice recognition software, and there are a lot of development happening around this area. A lot of people have started using text-to-speech software, which are freely available. Some are paid, and the biggest news as of today is Amazon now launching a big large screen TV which will be Alexa controlled, which means it will be voice controlled. And this is basically changing the paradigm shift in the way we use our PCs. To discuss this matter, I will be joined by a very eminent personality from UK, Mr. Neville Gund. So without wasting any further moment, let's welcome him.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yep, very well, very well. Looking forward to our discussion today.
Yes, Neville, in fact, it is a hot topic, especially when it comes to voice recognition. Amazon has launched their TV, which they will actually commercially launch in October this year. It will be Alexa controlled, and it has very remarkable new features which can distinguish between background noises and your voice. So even if there is a background noise, then Alexa will be able to control the TV as per your command and also respond back by increasing the volume. So it has a lot of intelligence built in. What is your opinion on this development, Neville?
Well, it's not surprising, is it? Let's face it. I've had an Alexa for a couple of years now. Funnily enough, Alexa responds far more favorably to my wife than she does to me. But I suppose it's a softer voice. But I suppose that's the whole point, really. It's voice recognition, isn't it? And it's being able to identify and pick out all of those, we call it white noise in other parts of the world, to eradicate that background noise so that all you can hear, or the voice recognition can hear, is the command. And that's an interesting development as well, because it would be really good if the voice recognition can eradicate the background noise, whether the voice recognition is smart enough to take the background noise away from me. So rather than just stream it into its own processor, but whether it can take that background noise away from me, that would be a development in itself, wouldn't it, CK? And I think where we are at the moment is everyone's pushing boundaries. They're pushing the envelope. So it's not surprising to me that Amazon is entering this arena. That Amazon Prime has had its own, effectively, TV show for some time. It's been doing their own programs. It's very big in the UK. I wouldn't say it's as big as Netflix, but it's certainly pushing the Netflix arena. And Netflix has shown that there are opportunities out there that need to be explored. And although the Netflix model is pretty well established, and I know people don't talk about TV binging anymore, they talk about Netflix binging. So it's become an everyday name, a bit like cornflakes when I was a kid. If you remember those cornflakes adverts, CK?
Well, you rightly pointed out, Neville. In fact, I don't have a cable TV at home. All my 3 TVs are connected to internet, and we are hooked on to various OTT platforms. There is no need to subscribe to any channel nowadays. And, the environment has totally changed. But bringing the voice recognition is something great. And in fact, there is a comment from a viewer. Her name is Suman, and she is actually watching our program on YouTube, and she says this is awesome news. Your opinion on this, Neville?
Well, it is awesome news, and thanks for your comment. I mean, it's just a natural progression to me. Being, I was born into technology back in the late 50s, and I've just lived with change after change after change and embraced everything of it. But you're right, CK, you don't need to subscribe these days to anything. You just plug in an app, plug in your antenna, and all of a sudden, all of these free shows are available. And I think that's going to be the way to go. All of this, I have Virgin cable tied into the house, but it's getting close to the point where that cable is not giving me much of an advantage. I mean, my son has Sky Mobile, and frankly, the capability that they're getting on a mobile basis, and that's no cable, that's just almost a satellite dish and a plug-in. So the capability of the technology is probably far in advance of the capability of humans embracing the technology. So we're at a very interesting stage of the game here. And I think it's taken some time for us to get used to Alexa. I mean, there are other alternatives out there. We should mention that, and we're not getting paid by Amazon to do this type of discussion. But I think as most humans, it takes time to talk to someone in the ether and get a response. I mean, I know now. I every time I mention the word Alexa, I have to lower my voice, because as soon as I mention the word Alexa, our machine turns itself on and it says, yes, waiting for your command. So I'd forgotten to turn her off earlier when I knew we were going to be talking about this discussion. But it's like this third party that's forever present in the house. And of course, a lot of people out there are saying, oh, they're capturing all your information and they're streaming it to some, supercomputer in the cloud, and they're spying on you. We don't need to have James Bond anymore. They've always got the spies in the sky. Well, maybe they have, but I actually don't think they do have. I could be proved wrong. I mean, who knows these days? It's a little box. I mean, it's a beautiful little purple box that we have, and I could take it apart, but number one, it will undermine the guarantee. So I'm not going to look at that. And maybe there is a little device in there that's sending signals somewhere, but I really do doubt it. These are reputable companies out there, so I'm not in the conspiracy theory arena here. But yeah, I think where we are is technology is far more advanced than we humans. And I'm not saying, obviously, a human has had to develop the technology, but generally we are people that typically resist change. And if we're lulled into it, if we slip into it over time, then we'll accept it even more. And I think that's where we are. I think we're in a position now where voice recognition of Alexa and the like has been around for 4 or 5 years. And we're now at the point where we're ready for the next step. So my expectation, CK, is that Amazon, along with all the other companies out there, have had this in the pipeline for some considerable time. It's just a matter of when we're ready for it. And it's as simple as that, really, in my view. I think technology is far more advanced than we currently believe it is. So do you think we're ready for it now, CK? Is now the time?
Well, Neville, in fact, good you asked me this question, because I wanted to move away from Amazon, and since we are not doing any free promotion for Amazon, actually the whole idea is to find out what is going on in the tech world. And one of the things that is happening is voice recognition, and these softwares like Speech Law, and there are so many others which are available now. There are some paid softwares and there are some unpaid. In fact, you can type in your text and it will convert into speech which is human-like. It is no longer that computer-generated. It can then convert your text into human-like voice. You can also select the accent. You can also select the type of English or what language it will speak. So it has come to the level of where you don't even have to speak. For example, we are talking right now, and suppose if we are making a video, we can actually, there's no need to talk. You can just type in a text and the software will convert it into speech. The only drawback that I see right now is that whichever program you see, for example, if there are two guys who have used this technology, the voice will be very similar. So you don't know. I mean, I always try and find out who's the narrator of the story, because it sounds very similar voice. So I think we are ready definitely to answer your question. But what do you feel? I mean, are we losing the personal touch? Because most of these creators are now using these freebies, text-to-speech software, and even the speech, if you're not confident, you can just type in, and the software will create all these nuances of pause and create that, the voice narration, etc., which are best for your audience, etc. But do you think, are we losing the quality that we have right now?
It's a really good question, and I'm actually going to flip it for the moment, because for some time I've been looking for a speech to text capability, because in what I do, well, I do a lot of videos, and it would be good to have a transcript of the video. So I know there's lots of software out there, but that's what I'd be looking at. I'm still going to come back to this question of, are we ready? And I'm not too sure we are, just because of just what you said. We are potentially losing the capability, but gaining a different capability. So for instance, I've seen something recently where Shakespeare is allegedly narrating his own plays. So he's directing those plays to you. You can actually listen to what Shakespeare would have sounded like. The interesting thing is, as no one is alive to say that's right or wrong, who's going to tell me that that's exactly how the bard spoke? I mean, I think unless it's currently live, I mean, we're in a different arena now, so that we can watch newsreels of, the 1920s, 30s maybe, and we can actually see how people spoke. I mean, even the speaking movie, the black and white minstrels, being that, one of the first musicals that was out there. We believe that is what was really being done, because we didn't have all this, technology around it to dampen it down and move it up and increase the bass and decrease the treble and what have you. So we saw it in real life. But I'm open, I think. Is it real? Is it not? I mean, we already know that the airbrushing goes on in some of these, men, female and male magazines. We know it's been going on for years. Is it right? Is it wrong? Well, it portrays a certain persona whereby young people think that the small blemish on their face is not very nice, and they will do everything to get rid of that blemish. I hope we don't go the same way in this voice arena to get rid of the tone, the accent, because accents and dialects are what make you you, and you're unique. So whereas in one extreme you get the Stephen Hawking approach of this world, is the machine is helping him speak. And I now have seen, in fact, there was a competition last year where someone who couldn't speak wanted to have his voice in what he remembered his voice to be. So you can actually go and choose your makeover voice, which is great, But I don't know. When I go to the theatre, I like to see what the people are saying to me. I wouldn't like to think that they're miming it and just picking any particular dialect out there. Otherwise, what's the point in going to the theatre? So I think it's a horses for courses. It did make me laugh when we were going to be deciding about voice recognition software today. Just like many people, I've got a sat nav, and one of the it's a very English speaking sat nav, apart from when you've made a mistake, and it says take a U-turn where passable. and a Brit would say possible. So clearly the voice recognition piece of that particular part of the software has gone wrong. But passable has become a nice little passable phrase in this household. So I don't know. I mean, we are in the new world. So I would hate to think that if I open my mouth, you'd hear Marilyn Monroe or something else, frankly.
Well, Neville, in fact, all these capabilities we have right now, by adjusting the little knobs in my console, I can actually become a woman voice or a man voice. It's my choice, and I can do finer adjustment to pitch and different things, different parameter on the voice. And right now I can convert my voice to something else and do not sound natural. So that was the previous era. The next era is voice conversion with accent. You can speak suddenly style, like you said, passable. So you can suddenly start speaking American instead of Indian. So I will be talking in Indian, but you will hear it's like one of those covert spy operation. You keep hearing the American from my mouth. I think this is a stepping stone to a perfect AI. I think this is where we are heading, where the physical world will move away more and more from the digital world, and your digital identity will be different from your physical identity. I think that what they show in some of these games, where you take the character and then you start playing as that character. You can change your voice, you can change your, you can add muscles, and you can add agility to yourself. Same thing is going to happen in real world, and I think this is a starting point. What do you say about it? Your last comments.
Well, you're absolutely right. It is a starting point, and it's almost this stepping into the digital world, which means it's not really me. It's the digital version of what I would like me to be. And let's face it, we've had lots of call centers around the world that have been taught in certain dialects. So if they're phoning Liverpool from Delhi, then they've been taught to speak in a Liverpudlian accent. To me, it just makes me laugh, because damn well they're coming from a different country, but they're pinpointing people in that area that speak with a Liverpudlian accent. I mean, that's what it's all about. We all have accents in different parts of the world, but I would hate to think that we get away from our true selves. I mean, we talk about, I'm going to step into the leadership world here. We talk about authentic leadership. There is nothing authentic about a digital voice that isn't you. There's nothing authentic about an airbrushed picture of you. And it always makes me laugh when these so-called influencers around the world have these fantastic photographs, and then when you see them in real life, they're not who you think they are, Whereas a lot of the screen actors these days, I mean, what you see is what you get, rather than that painted on, airbrushed beard. or what have you. But I would like to think that it's done with the best intentions, rather than the negative connotations. But as I say, I like anything else. There are so many. You could have created your own little avatar and your own voice on the PlayStation, in its PS3 years, I seem to recall. You pick your name, and it's the dream world, and it's almost like, of the 5 Thunderbird characters, which one would you like to be? And I always say, well, there's a 6th, brains, So living in an unreal world is, I think, very dangerous, frankly. I think that's where we need to start to look at this from an ethical point of view. But whether it just for fun, everyone likes to act. And, make a U-turn if possible is fine by me. Just makes me smile.
Well, making a U-turn is definitely possible. And now I suddenly started talking like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Possible. There's a bomb in there. Run, get to the chopper. So we had a very fun discussion today. I think this is just observation of what is happening in the technical world. And I'd like to say goodbye. Thank you so much for finding time and joining us. But we will catch up with you tomorrow on something more serious. Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. Today in the legal matters, we will talk about what is the Sedition Law. And most of us would be knowing that sedition was the biggest tool used against Indians during the freedom struggle by the British. And today we are using the same law among Indians. There has been very loosely framed legal system which tells very clearly where sedition is applicable, where not. So today we have this discussion which is going to be very interesting. It will bring about a lot of clarity around the freedom of speech, and sedition also help you differentiate between the two. So stick around to this show and we will have a very interesting and distinguished guest to tell us more about it. Welcome back friends, and today's subject is about sedition. And recently there was a case on the famous journalist Vinod Dua, and to discuss this case I have my friend joining in from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt, who's also a practicing advocate in Ahmedabad High Court. So welcome to the show, Jeet.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me on this show. And yes, we are going to discuss an important legal matter today with regards to the sedition laws in India, and also the case of Vinod Dua versus Union of India.
Well, Jeet, recently Vinod Dua has been making a lot of YouTube videos, and he has a huge fan followers because, he has been around since our childhood. We used to see his programs when there was only Doordarshan, and he has been there with Doordarshan for very long time. And he's also done so many series of different programs on the TV as well as on YouTube. And recently there has been a case on him. So why don't you tell our viewers about more about this case?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, everybody must have heard about Vinod Dua. He's a very reputed journalist and also awarded Padma Bhushan. So certainly he's a very well-known journalist in this country. So basically his case, which the Supreme Court delivered a very landmark judgment recently, is based on the sedition laws in India. Now, sedition is referred to as the prince of all the laws which the Britishers have imposed in order to repress the country, repress the people of this country. And that is what had been said by Mahatma Gandhi in the famous trial in Ahmedabad, in which he also faced the charges of a case of sedition against him, wherein he pleaded guilty and was sentenced for a term of 6 years in the Ahmedabad Sessions Court in 1919 or 1920. But that is a very famous case of sedition in India and a very famous trial, wherein the judge also remarked that even I would be very happy if Mr. Gandhi is remitted or his sentence is reduced. But in law, this is the sentence, and since he has pleaded guilty, my hands are bound and I have to prescribe a punishment of 6 years. But his speech was very powerful in that case against him, though he pleaded guilty. But sedition, as he has said, is the prince of all the sections under the Indian Penal Code, which the Britishers have imposed in order to repress the freedom of speech and expression. And therefore, after the constitution being framed and after prescribing the freedom of speech and expression and guaranteeing it to every citizen under Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution, this section of sedition did come in conflict with the fundamental right and was attacked in a case before the Punjab and Haryana High Court in the year 1950, wherein the judgment of Tara Singh Gopichand, the Punjab High Court declared this section to be invalid on the grounds of violation of fundamental right to freedom of speech and expression. And it said that this section of the Indian Penal Code is not in accordance with the sovereign republic and democratic country that India is. And therefore it is invalid as it violates the fundamental right of freedom and speech and expression. But because of this judgment in the year 1950 and because of the judgment of Romesh Thapar and Brij Bhushan, declaring certain acts which provided for public order, wherein it provided restrictions on press, which came up before the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court struck down those laws with regards to public order and public maintenance as being violative of fundamental right and infringing freedom of speech and expression. The Parliament at that time, by way of the first constitutional amendment, brought in certain restrictions on this freedom of speech and expression. And at that time, the President, Mr. Rajendra Prasad, said that it is an irony of fate that the first thing that is to be assailed in the Constitution is the fundamental rights. As the first constitutional amendment, several fundamental rights and brought in more restrictions than what the original Constitution makers had provided. So by way of this first amendment to the Constitution, Article 19 Clause 2 came to be amended. And Article 19 Clause 2 provides for reasonable restrictions to be prescribed in order to exercise the right of freedom of speech and expression. So on what grounds this fundamental right can be restricted came to be amended, and certain restrictions which were not there in the original Constitution came to be inserted. And it provided that one of the restrictions which can be imposed on this fundamental right was in order to have public order. So any act which prescribes or which advances public order or decency or morality, or is in the interest of security of the state, cannot be a violation of fundamental right to freedom of speech and expression and will be considered to be a reasonable restriction. So therefore, in the interest of the security of the state and public order, which came to be added by way of the First Amendment, the section of sedition came to be revalidated. And since this amendment was with retrospective effect, the judgment of Punjab High Court came to be nullified. So therefore, despite of the High Court declaring a section to be invalid on the ground of violation of fundamental right, came to be revalidated and came to be implemented by way of this first constitutional amendment. And this is very interesting because this is the part of history which is not very much aware with regards to the right of press, as this is how an invalid section came to be revalidated by the amendment to the Constitution. Now, with regards to sedition, there is a landmark judgment of the Supreme Court in the year 1962, where in the matter of Kedarnath, the Supreme Court curtailed the ambit of this sedition law, because sedition law, if I may just put it what it is provided as an offense under section 124. And it says that whoever by words, either spoken or written, brings to attempt or brings into hatred, to contempt, or excites or attempts to excite disaffection towards the government established by law in India shall be punished with transportation for life or any shorter term to which fine may be added. So this is a provision, a penal provision under the Indian Penal Code, where the offense prescribes for a punishment for life. So this is an offense against the state, and whoever by words either spoken or written brings or attempts to bring into hatred or contempt or excites or attempts to excite disaffection towards the government. So at that time, Supreme Court in 1962, interpreting this provision, held that this section will have to be read in accordance with the fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression. And it has to be ensured that it has to be reconciled, because this section violates fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression. And therefore, the Supreme Court held that what constitutes this is that a person who excites disaffection against the government by way of promoting or by unlawful means any alteration to the state, or incites a disturbance of the peace, or raises discontent among the subjects of the country, or excites class hatred. If it complies with these conditions, then only can a statement written or spoken come within the ambit of an offense of sedition. So therefore, it curtailed its ambit and restricted it to certain class of action which incites violence. So not every kind of word spoken or written which is a dissent to the government's policy or criticizing the government would come within the ambit of sedition. But some such form of speech which would incite violence or would ask the people to take arms or to rebel or revolt against the government, then and then only would such speech or writing come within the ambit of sedition. So this is how in 1962 Supreme Court reconciled the offense of sedition with fundamental right to speech and expression. But with regards to the case of Mr. Vinod Dua, what he had done is that he had put up a video on his YouTube channel wherein he said and criticized the government's action with regards to the COVID preparedness. And it was alleged in the FIR that he mentioned that Narendra Modi has used deaths and terror attacks to garner votes. And he claims that the government does not have enough testing facilities and has made false statement about the availability of the personal protective kits, and has stated that there is no sufficient information on those. He also went on to state that ventilators and sanitizer exports were stopped only on 24th March 2020. He also said that he spread false and malicious news by stating that with regards to information about COVID preparedness of the government. So these were the allegations against him in the FIR. And an FIR under section 124A was instituted against Mr. Dua in Himachal Pradesh. And he preferred a petition before the Supreme Court challenging the said FIR and for the quashment of the FIR before the Supreme Court. Now, Supreme Court, considering the entire law on sedition also with regards to its history and how it came into in India under the Indian Penal Code, the Supreme Court ultimately held that none of the statements made by Mr. Vinod Dua constituted an offense of sedition, and therefore quashed and set aside the FIR which was registered against him in the state of Himachal Pradesh. So what the Supreme Court held in his case was that the provisions of the section, along with the explanation, makes it reasonably clear that the section aims at rendering penal only such activities as would be intended or have a tendency to create disorder or disturbance of public peace by resort to violence. And as already pointed out, the explanation appended to the main body of the section makes it clear that criticism of public measure or comment on government action, however strongly worded, would be within reasonable limits and would be consistent with the fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression. And it is only when the words written or spoken which have the pernicious tendency or intention of creating public disorder or disturbance of law and order that the law steps in to prevent such activities in the interest of public order. So conclude the section, in opinion of the Supreme Court, strikes the correct balance between individual fundamental freedom and the interest of public order. So therefore, the Supreme Court, by way of this judgment, quashed and set aside the FIR which is registered against Mr. Dua. So this is how the case came to be dismissed. The FIR came to be quashed by the Supreme Court by holding that the offense of sedition can be constituted only if the words spoken are so strong that it would incite violence. Otherwise, however strong the condemnation of the government or the people in the government, or however strong the criticism against the government, would not lead to an offense of sedition. So this is a very important judgment, because a lot of time this section is misused, and even a fair and just criticism of the government is used in order to curb the dissent and criticism by invoking sections like sedition against individuals. So therefore, it's a very important and a landmark judgment of the Supreme Court.
Indeed, Jeet, it is a very landmark judgment, and I feel that sedition has been used time and again against many individuals as a means to sort of teach them a lesson, and it is the most ultimate punishment it draws. So that is why I think this kind of judgments are important, so that people know what is sedition and what is a normal speech or an expression, just like in this case. Because I think Vinay Dua made a video, like you and I are making a video. I think we can express our opinion on anything as long as we are not talking against the country. I think that is where sedition lies, where we are not talking against the country, against a particular community, against people, or inciting violence. So as long as that is true, I think that is clarity is required. But many times, Jeet, I feel that even people don't understand the clear definition of the legal aspects. So in such cases, what people should do? I mean, they should know their limits, isn't it?
Yes, Chandrakant, you are absolutely right. In fact, rather than use of this section, a lot of times this section has been misused, because there's an absolute, you're absolutely right, that every citizen has a freedom of speech and expression. So they can express their opinions, they can express themselves, they can put up their speeches online on contents, social platforms. And the restriction is that it should not incite violence, or it should not ask people to rebel or revolt. So with this in mind, with this thin line, if the people do not cross, then they're expressing their opinion, their speech is absolutely protected as their fundamental right. And therefore, everybody has this right to express themselves. But you are right, people are not aware. In fact, even the police machinery and also the executives are not aware of this line of distinction which has been drawn by the Supreme Court. And therefore, a lot of times this misuse of this section is seen. But then if this section has been invoked by the police, then the remedy would lie to approach the High Court for quashing of the FIR if the contents of the FIR do not disclose the commission of the offense of sedition. So a just, fair, or a proper criticism of the government or government's personnel can never amount to an act of sedition, and that is what has been clearly laid down by the Supreme Court. Because every person has a right to dissent, every person has a right to criticize the policies of the government, and that would not become an offense, because then that would be curtailing and curbing the right of freedom of speech and expression, which is one of the most important liberties which every citizen in a democratic setup has. So this has been accepted and accepted by the Supreme Court in several of its decisions. That right to freedom of speech and expression is a very fundamental, important civil liberty that a citizen is entitled in a democratic country, because transfer of information is possible through speech, either written or spoken. And therefore, it is very important that people are aware and people participate in a democratic process. And that is possible only if citizens have this fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression.
Absolutely, Jeet. In fact, I have one basic question here, and that is about the fake news. Because any fake news creator can also get away with his right of freedom of speech. Because fake news can be, snowballed into something much, much bigger. And then the originator of that news can simply walk away saying that, hey, I just reported what I felt. So, do you have an opinion on this aspect as well?
Yes, Chandrakant. In fact, with social media, there are a lot of fake news are being spread. But with regards to the right of press, the journalists also have a duty to ensure to fact check that whether what they are sending or publishing is correct or not. So, with regards to journalism, there are their codes of ethics which they have to follow, and if they are properly followed, then at least they would not be the spreaders of fake news. But with regards to general public, if they are not aware and if they are spreading fake news, but to that extent, if without fact check you spread a news which ultimately becomes false, itself would not become an offense of sedition. But however, people should themselves observe and make sure that what they are spreading is not false. So therefore, to that extent, it cannot be said that it would become an offense, but at least they must ensure that what they are spreading is correct or not, accurate or not.
I think this is the fine line because one guy originates something which is running in his mind. He expresses his opinion, and by the time it snowballs and thousands of people tweet, retweet, forward, share, like, dislike, whatever that happens on the social media, it turns into something else. So let's come back to Vinod Dua's case where he said that different aspects of preparedness of the government were not true as the government was claiming. So where it will fall? Will it fall like the Supreme Court has already judged that it is not sedition? So what kind of statement he made then? Is it fake news or real news? What is? Do you know anything about that?
Well, what he said and what the Supreme Court found was that he said that our biggest failure has been that we do not have enough facilities to carry out testing. So he said that we do not have testing facilities in India at that time when he put this video. The second thing that he said that till now we do not have any information how many PPE units, N95 masks we have and how many will become available by then. Third thing he said was that the ventilators needed in other countries and in India, respiratory devices and sanitizers were being exported till 24/3/2020 instead of keeping those for use in our country. The fourth thing he said, the supply chain got disrupted due to blockage of roads, and now it is being heard that transportation of essential goods has been allowed. The fifth statement which was used against him was that he said that it is not difficult to imagine that when the supply chains have been closed, when the shops are closed, some people had gone to the extent of fearing food riots, which have not happened in our country, would happen. And the sixth, he said that when people started returning from Mumbai, that should have been a big signal for the government about the effect the complete lockdown in this country can bring about, but no lessons were learned. So the Supreme Court, interpreting his statements, ultimately found that he was criticizing the government, which was within his right as a journalist, because it is not that every step of the government has to be appreciated. In fact, the right of the duty of the journalist is to bring out or to criticize what the government is not doing, so that the government can act accordingly. So if what he was doing was actually bringing it to the notice of the government, what it was lacking. And therefore, in doing that, he was not spreading any fake news. He was, with regards to his opinions, he was suggesting what he felt at that time was needed in the country. And therefore, this could in any manner not come within the offenses which were levied against him.
I think this is perfect. Your opinion is making a lot of sense, and what Vinod Dua said also is freedom of expression for every citizen of India. So I think thank you so much, Jeet, for coming over to our show and explaining very clearly what is sedition and what is not, and also distinguishing between fake news and a real journalism. So I think that is where the clarity you have brought it on, and it's thanks to you for clarifying this to our viewers.
Yes, also let me add here, what a seditious speech is according to the Supreme Court. Because the Supreme Court in 1962 in the Kedarnath judgment, the speech which was considered as seditious is, I may just read out, wherein Kedarnath said that the Forward Communist Party does not believe in the doctrine of vote itself. The party had always been believing in revolution and does so even at present. We believe in that revolution, which will come and in the flames of which the capitalists, zamindars, and the Congress leaders of India, who have made it their profession to loot the country, will be reduced to ashes, and on their ashes will be established a government of the poor and the downtrodden people of India. So making such statements inciting violence or seeking rebel or revolt would certainly amount to a seditious speech. But otherwise, every other speech would come within the protection of freedom of speech and expression.
I think it makes a lot of sense. So, as the citizen of India, I think we should know the laws of our country, and we should also know what is allowed by the law and what is not. So, Jeet, thank you so much for coming over and explaining this case, which is very, very valuable from your side in terms of opinion, which is coming to us for our learning. So, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me.
So we will catch up with you in the next episode of Legal Matters. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye for today.
Goodbye, Chandrakant.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma. You know, music plays a vital role in removing stress from our lives. And we'll be discussing this aspect of leading happy life with Dr. Shambhavi Das. But before that, I would like to remind you there's a free gift available for you. Stick around till the end. We will guide you how to avail your free gift. Hello friends, welcome to the show, and today we have a special guest, Dr. Shambhavi Das. You had been meeting her every week and we all enjoy her singing her songs. So without wasting any further time, I would like to present Dr. Shambhavi Das. So Shambhavi, please welcome to our show. How are you doing today?
Namaskar. I'm doing very good. Thank you, Kanchanji. It's my pleasure, and thanks for inviting me again. So, without wasting further time, I would like to present a bhajan in Rag Bhopali, and this is the rag which I'll be discussing today. So, I will be singing this, and this is bhajan. Why? Because in these pandemic times, we need bhajans, and this is a Shiv bhajan. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. तीन शब्द में सृष्टि सारी समाय ओम नमः शिवाय पर्वत पर्वत क्यों चढ़े नदी पार क्यों जाए पर्वत पर्वत क्यों चढ़े नदी पार क्यों जाए जो मिलना है यही है जिन खो दे वही पाए शिवाय, Om Namah Shivaya. Sa dha pa ga re ga ga, sa dha pa ga re ga ga, dha pa ga sa re, sa dha pa ga re sa sa. Thank you so much.
बहुत सुंदर, बहुत अच्छा लगा और मैं तो बस बहुत ही आनंदित फील कर रही हूँ, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। तो ये जो राग भोपाली जो आपने लिया है, इसके फीचर्स, इसके कैरेक्टर्स क्या होते हैं और ये किस समय गाया जा सकता है? और कौन से जो पॉपुलर सॉन्ग है, 1-2 लाइन अगर आप बता सकें पर्टिकुलरली इस राग भोपाली के?
तो भोपाली बहुत ही पॉपुलर संगीत है, बहुत ही पॉपुलर राग है और ये थेरेपी कॉन्सेप्ट में भी बहुत पॉपुलर है और इसके नोट्स 5 हैं, सा रे ग प ध। जैसे कि पिछली बार मैंने मार्कोस डिस्कस किया था, उसमें भी 2 नोट्स मिसिंग थे, इसमें भी मिसिंग है, लेकिन फर्क इतना है, ये थोड़ी बबली राग है, वाइब्रेंट, कि मतलब आप सुनेंगे तो आपको दुख का अनुभव तो नहीं हो सकता है। और ये शाम की राग है और ये ब्रेन वेव्स पे बहुत अच्छा एक, जैसे ना वही मैंने जैसे बोला कि ये करुण रस हटाता है। जैसे आपने सुना द द द द द द, सारे सुर शुद्ध हैं और जब सारे सुर शुद्ध होते हैं तो नॉर्मली बहुत ही वाइब्रेंट, प्लेजेंट, मेजर, हैप्पी ट्यून्स निकल के आती हैं। वो आजकल बहुत जरूरी है, जिस तरह का स्ट्रेस हम डील कर रहे हैं, इट्स वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू लिसन टू द वाइब्रेंट रागास। एक बार गा के दिखाती हूँ। सा रे गा प दा, सा सा धा प ग रे सा, सिर्फ 5 नोट्स है, सा धा प ग रे, सा धा, सा रे गा प ध। इसमें म और नी नहीं है, सारे गा मा पदा नी होता है तो म और नी मिसिंग है। तो ये भी बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग राग है, इसी के बीच हमें रिवॉल्व करवाना पड़ता है और थोड़ा कठिन होता है, तो वो इंटरेस्टिंग भी हो जाता है गेम की तरह। सारे सा, सारे ग रे गा प ग प धा प ग प, सारे ग रे गा प ग प धा सा धा प धा प ग प ग प ध ग प ग ध धा प ग प ग प ग रे, सारे ध सा प ध सा रे ग ग रे ग प प ध प ग प ध प ग प सा ध प ग प ग प। तो वो एकदम उसी के बस 5 नोट्स में, इट्स लाइक कि आपको बस 2 घंटे तक कुछ ही फ्रीक्वेंसीज पे मूव करना है, तो दैट्स इंटरेस्टिंग। इसमें कुछ गाने हैं, बहुत गाने हैं एक्चुअली म्यूजिक में, तो जैसे da 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 da, sayonara sayonara, वादा निभाऊंगी सायोनारा। ये गाना इतना बबली है कि कई बार बच्चों को इसका हल्का सा लिरिक्स चेंज करके मैं ये सिखा देती हूँ। सायोनारा सायोनारा, वादा निभाऊंगी सायोनारा, इठलाती और बल खाती, कल फिर आऊंगी सायोनारा। इसी तरह एक गाना है, देखा एक ख्वाब तो ये सिलसिले हुए, दूर तक निगाह में है गुल खिले हुए, ये अदा है आपकी निगाहों में, फूल भी हो दर में आ तो फासले हुए, ला 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 ला। ये है। उसी तरह एक गजल है एक मूवी की, इन आँखों की मस्ती के मस्ताने हजारों हैं, मस्ताने हजारों हैं, इन आँखों से वाबस्ता। ये उमराव जान का है। एक गाना है जो कि थोड़ा संगीन है, इस पर इसी राग में है, दिल हुम करे घबराए, घन घम घम करे डर जाए, एक बूंद इसी तरह बाजीराव मस्तानी एक बहुत ही रिसेंट मूवी आई थी, उसमें है अलबेला सजन आयो रे। इसमें है कि राजा जीत के आता है, तो उनकी जो वाइव्स हैं, सारे लोगों की वाइव्स हैं, उन वो सब ये बहुत ही खुश होके ये गाना गाती है, तो ये खुशी की राग है, अलबेला सजन आयो रे। तो ये राग बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट है आजकल के टाइम में गाना। थैंक यू।
वेल ऐसा होता है कि इन इस दुनिया की हापा धापी में वी टेक अप जॉब्स एंड वी रियली फॉरगेट टू really touch base to our inner self. So what happens later in life when people want to learn, when they are adult and they have time, they are retired from their job, so can they also learn music? Is there any I think is it late for them to learn the music?
नहीं, मैं तो बहुत सीनियर सिटीजन्स को, और लेट म्यूजिक ऐसी चीज है कि वो लेट नहीं है, कोई एकेडमिक्स नहीं है कि आप लेट हो गए, क्योंकि इसमें क्या है कि दिस इज मेनली फॉर रिलैक्सेशन, और रिलैक्स करते करते तो वो जब रिटायरमेंट की एज, और जैसे बल्कि हमारे म्यूजिक में कहा जाता है कि जितने ही आप बड़े हैं होते हैं, उतने ही आप मेच्योरिटी से जो रागों के इमोशंस है, रस हैं। अब हम लोग छोटे-छोटे थे, तो हम लोग तो म्यूज़िक में ही हम लोगों ने पीएचडी मैंने करी, लेकिन बहुत ही म्यूज़िक का मज़ा नहीं ले पाए, क्योंकि हम लोग हमेशा से पढ़ते रहते थे चीज़ों को, और एकेडमिक्स में यू कैन नॉट एन्जॉय सर्टेन थिंग्स। अब जब चीज़ें थोड़ा अंदर डीप जाते हैं तो मज़ा आता है, तो आई थिंक वो बल्कि अच्छी एज है। अब मेरे कुछ क्लाइंट्स हैं और मेरे स्टूडेंट्स भी हैं, जो कि बहुत ही 75-80 हैं, लेकिन अब वो सुर नहीं लगते हैं भले ही, लेकिन द वे दे एंजॉय यू शुड सी। और पुराने पुराने गाने केएल सहगल के, और जब गाते हैं एंड आफ्टर दैट दे मैसेज मी कि मैम आई हैव जस्ट रिजुवेनेटेड टुडे। इवन आप अगर क्लासिकल में देखिए तो जितने ही बुढ़े माइस्ट्रोज हैं, भीमसेन जोशी जी, उल्लास कशालकर, जितने भी माइस्ट्रोज हैं, अभी इनकी एक डेथ हुई है पंडित राजन मिश्र की, जितने भी हैं ये सब आप देखेंगे कि जितने हैं उनका जो एक पर्टिकुलर गाने का लेवल है, वो इतनी मेच्योरिटी, एक चैन पीस इतना हाई है कि यंगस्टर्स में, यंग मैस्ट्रोस में उतना नहीं है। यंग मैस्ट्रोस जल्दी 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 गा के खत्म करते हैं। तो मुझे तो लगता है म्यूजिक का उल्टा है कि जितना ही आप बड़े होंगे, हाँ टेक्निकलिटीज वीक पड़ जाएंगी, जैसे सुर, गले का आवाज, गला कांपने लगता है, बट यही तो खासियत है कि म्यूजिक में एज लॉन्ग एज यू आर एंजॉयिंग, ये सब टेक्निकलिटीज एक एज के बाद मैटर नहीं करती। जब कोई बचपन से सीखता है तो उन्हें सिखाई जाती है। तो मुझे लगता है सबको म्यूजिक सीखना चाहिए।
So that means there's a difference between a person who has studied and learned music, maybe from the age of 6, and somebody who has time and started studying or learning music 40 or after this year. There is a difference, or they can match. I mean, they can match the parameter of music learning.
No, that is difficult. Like if you are learning from if a kid is learning since birth or since the childhood, obviously his quality of singing would be different, because kids learn 75% faster than the adults. The more you grow up, your learning ability gets little slower, because obviously your brain is involved into many things. You have to see the studies, you have to see the job, and therefore so many filters are there that that purity is missing like the kids do. So obviously there's a big difference in terms of technicalities, in terms of the grammar, memory as well. When I tell you the rag, you might not remember, but your kids would remember the grammar, and they would just learn it and tell me, and they might learn it for a longer time. Suppose in Rag Bhupali, I told you my knee is missing. I'll ask you tomorrow. You might not tell, but the kids would tell. So that there is a big difference. But yes, we normally when we teach kids, it's okay, they are a graspers, they are fast learners. When we teach adults and senior citizens, we anticipate that they will take time, and accordingly we teach them. Take time means they can take 6 months, they can take 1 year to understand and to memorize. So sometimes one rag goes on for a year or so, which is okay. They are not in a hurry, and that's what I tell them: don't be in a hurry. You are not, actually this is not a race. Music is not a race. It's for your own well-being, your own personality, good, nice demeanor, and for relaxation, of course. So you don't have to worry about how much time it's taking. And in one rag, there's a lot of things to do. Like I normally make them see the things which goes into old songs. So suppose that goes on for many months, one song in a particular rag. So we don't keep on doing one things, because even they will get bored for that. There's so many tools in one rag that even if you go on with one rag for a year or so, there is no end. But the good part is that they are holding up to one particular thing and they're enjoying it. So there's a different purposes of learning music. When a kids learn, then they learn because their parents are saying, and yes, with time they become very ambitious. But when you are teaching adult, they are not ambitious, they're very cool in mind. In fact, they are learning music for their own coolness, calmness of mind. So the purposes of learning music is different for everyone.
Well, nowadays there's a COVID era. People are inside their homes and they are worried. So, can they learn? They can't go out. They can't intermingle with the with the friends and the colleagues. So, is there any provision where they can learn online music? It is appropriate for them to learn online.
It is definitely, like right now I am teaching online only. Since 1 year I've been doing online classes, and there are so many tools now. Because of this online and virtual classes, there you have a lot of tools. Like my course is on Udemy, so you can have recorded courses, and there are many other courses as well. So now they are actually, earlier even I had a problem that online is not equivalent to the in person class, that personal touch. But now I feel there is so many tools that my even my attitude has been changed, that technology is bringing all the learning aspects so well, that there is something called live demi. So it's like you will see the you in that you have a courses that you can make the courses, record it, and let the students do it whenever they want. They just have to purchase. After 5 classes, there would be a live class. So that is a concept of live demi. So Udemy, there is a full recorded class, and whenever they have to, but yes, through mails they can contact me. Graphy, an academy also, there is a we I have a so we are making a course for that. So there are so many tools, and this thing, the shoot, the videos and all are so good. And it's not that I am doing it, they guide me to make a very good video with a very good sound. So it really makes you feel that it's an in-person class. And I feel in this pandemic times, it's very important to learn something. I am doing 3 courses of drawing and nirvana art. So this makes me feel a little, and I always tell my students and even the senior citizens who are getting bored and very stagnant life they are leading. And I know when you hear a lot of news, so your mind gets very struggled and you get into depression. At that time, okay, you better deal with it, but then with time these things um, repair you. So they'll help you. These are the repairing tools, because you have to forget things and just grow up. And so I think drawing, art, dance, music. You should join the course, and you should, because if you will only sing, you will stop it. How many days you will sing? Just 5 days, 6 days, and then you will, if you will learn it something, then I think you will sustain it for a longer time, because you have paid for it, and even you have heard some news, so you'll say, okay, today I won't do, I'll do it tomorrow. So at least you have some goal that, okay, I'm learning and I will do. And I always, every 3 months or maybe 2 months, I normally do virtual online concerts of my students, and they are so excited with it. And students are adults also, senior citizens, kids also, sometimes toddlers are also my students. So, and yes, special kids. So every, for everyone, like last time in Holi, I had Surdemi had online sessions. So I'm not doing that. There are many people who are doing virtual classes, and it's going very nice. I know it's a very bad time, but you have to repair yourself, and these are certain tools to repair yourself, and you should do online classes if you're unable to go out.
Great. Due to this pandemic, I think one should be more positive minded, and they should engage themselves in music,
Exactly.
which is a remedy for day to day life leading. Now, I would like to end with something in Rag Bhopali. I would like to hear again your beautiful voice and a beautiful song.
Sure. Thanks, Kanchanji, for the compliment. And so Rag Bhopali, and I would like to sing. Mm, mm, ज्योति कलश छलके, ज्योति कलश छलके, हुए गुलाबी लाल सुनहरे, रंग दल बादल के, ज्योति कलश छलके, घर आंगन वन उपवन उपवन, करती ज्योति अमृत से कंचन, मंगल घट ढल के, मंगल घट ढल के, ज्योति कलश छलके, पात पात बिरवा हरियाला, धरती का मुख हुआ उजाला, नीचे आंचल के, नीचे आंचल के, ज्योति कलश छलके. Thank you so much, and I really pray that in everybody's home there is a lot of jyoti kalash, light falls in every place and all the darkness goes. And that's why this is the intention of this song, and I loads or loads of reiki and loads of light should throw upon all the people who are suffering and who are not suffering, for everyone. Thank you so much. Thanks, Kanchanji, for inviting me again. Thank you so much.
It is all our pleasure to hear your songs and understand the ragas. And we'll be discussing next in our next episode some different raga. Till then, bye bye. Stay safe and stay healthy. Bye.
Thank you so much.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, You have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmak Technologies and you are welcome to our show, The Great Kings of India. And today we'll be discussing about Bimbisar and Ajatashatru, the great kings of Magadha. And to discuss about these wonderful kings, we have uh, uh, Shrimati Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department at St. Anne's College in Hyderabad. So welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you today?
Sure, Kanchan, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So yet again, we are discussing the great king, Ajatashatru and Bimbisar. So I'm eager to really listen to you and what is in store about these great kings.
Okay. I will give you a little political backdrop before I start about Bimbisar and Ajatashatru. If you see in the 6th century BC, it saw the rise of Mahajanpads districts. 16 Mahajanpads came into existence and some republics also. And this all happened in the 6th century BC, in which these Mahajanpads were fighting with each other for power. Okay, and this time the Magadha Empire, it rose. And that's why they say rise of Magadha. And we don't know about the previous rulers because there is no mention in the accounts, but we get a mention about Bimbisar and Ajatashatru. So Bimbisar was the fourth successor. He was the fourth king of the Pradyota dynasty or Haramkya dynasty, and he was a contemporary of Lord Buddha. So these two things are going parallelly, okay? Buddhism and rise of Magadha. Now, Bimbisar, when he came into power, he wanted to expand his empire. He wanted to expand his Magadha empire, and for that, he waged wars with some kingdoms, with some Mahajanpads, with some he entered matrimonial alliances. So that peace be there and they accept his suzerainty also. In this, imperialist policy which Bimbisar followed, he set up a very good administration in which he appointed some officers which were known as Rajbhatas. And if you see broadly, they were divided into four categories, like someone for justice, someone for administration, someone for army. So, like that, the categorization was done. Apart from having a set of officers, what Bimbisar did was he gave autonomy to all his small kingdoms which were under him. So they were like Bimbisar was the head. Then there were these Mahajanpads and republics, but they enjoyed their autonomy. They were free to take their own decisions with the consent of the king. So this was the
So something like
setup.
It's like a separate state, I mean, small state, and something like today when we have a federal system, small state, they are reporting to central. I think something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
So this type of setup was there, and because Bimbisar was a contemporary of Buddha, so he some texts they tell that he followed Buddhism. Some texts tell that he followed Jainism, but the Brahmin accounts tell that he was the follower of Brahmanism. After Bimbisar, his son Ajatashatru came to power, but to come into power, Ajatashatru killed his own father. He killed Bimbisar according to the Buddhist tradition. But if you see the Jain philosophy in the Jain text, it is mentioned that he poisoned himself, he committed suicide because Ajatashatru had imprisoned him.
Oh.
So different theories are there about Bimbisar's death. Now, Ajatashatru, when he came to power, okay, he came to power around 492 BC and he ruled up till 460 BC. And he followed the same imperialist policy which his father followed. He tried to expand his empire. In order to do this, the first war he had with Prasenjit, the king of Kosala kingdom, and after this war, Prasenjit offered the hand of his daughter to Ajatashatru, and Ajatashatru married him. So again, matrimonial alliance. After this Kosala kingdom, he had to wage a war against Lichavis because that time two republics were very powerful. They were Lichavis and the Sakyas. So with Lichavis, he had a long war, Ajatashatru, and probably it was the time when he established this city Patliputra. He laid the foundations of Patliputra at that time when he had a war with the Lichavis. After Lichavis, he again had to wage wars with the ruler of Avanti because see all these small kingdoms which were there that time, they were powerful in their own territories. So with Prasenjit, why Ajatashatru fought was because he stopped giving revenues to Ajatashatru.
Okay.
So one by one, he waged wars, either by war, either by treaties, either by matrimonial alliances. He tried to expand his empire, and before his death, he was able to make Magadha a very powerful empire. Before his death, he had extended the boundaries of Magadha empire far and wide. And one more thing because of which Ajatashatru is known in the pages of history is that he was the king who convened the first Buddhist council um, at that time. He patronized the Buddhist council that time, and Buddhist council was nothing, they were meetings. That was a huge meeting in which the monks, nuns, and either kings were invited, and they sat together and discussed how to compile the teachings of Buddha and how to propagate the good things about Buddhism, far and wide. So this was the main what what shall I coin the word, main purpose of the Buddhist council. So it happened under Ajatashatru, okay, after the death of Buddha at Rajgriha. Rajgriha was the place, and this council was presided over by Mahakassapa, and they decided that how to give a shape to the teachings of Buddha so that that it reaches more and more people. So Ajatashatru, he patronized Buddhism, and with this first Buddhist council which he convened at Rajgriha, he became very, very popular. But only one drawback which you will see in the personality of Ajatashatru was that he killed his father to come to the throne. And not only Ajatashatru, all the rulers of this Pradyuta dynasty, they killed their fathers to come to the throne. After Ajatashatru, his successor, Darsaka, he also did the same thing. Then Shishuna did the same thing. So I don't know why this trait was there in these people, but the truth is that they did that. Killing their own fathers and coming to the throne. That's why this dynasty is little infamous because of this trait of killing their own fathers. And after this fall of Shishuna, then came in being the Nanda dynasty. Nanda dynasty, which was very, very brutal because they were not pro people. They only wanted to take more and more revenues for their own selfish motives. This is all about Bimbisar and Ajatashatru Kanchan.
Okay, so I've heard that this Ajatashatru was a very great general, and he's invented few weapons, and one of them is a rod caterpillar, I guess, catapult, I guess. So apart of that, one weapon was also there. Later on, it was used very much by other kings.
It was a unique device in which it was a wooden thing in which they used to put the rock and throw the rock to the enemies. If you have watched the film Bahubali has used the same weapon in it.
Yes.
So this, see the war techniques which they had, the weapons, they were very advanced.
Yes.
That's why they were able to, conquer more territories.
Yes.
That was one of the major reasons.
So, apart of his impact on the Buddhist, the recognition of Buddhist council, and he was a great general. Yes, that the trait of killing his father and coming on the throne, this is not known as far as I know, and as far as I have read that any king has done in the past. So I think
No.
that is something which is really bad when we talk about Ajatashatru. But we have other very great and profound trait of Ajatashatru. So, what is the impact of Ajatashatru the period politically on India?
See, politically, as I told you, at that time, these 16 Mahajanpads came into being, and then republics also came into being. So, Ajatashatru, he tried to expand the Magadhan Empire. Okay, he wanted to establish his supremacy, and he did that with his imperialist policy number one, with the wars which he waged, and with the matrimonial alliances. And when you are powerful, and then he, with this Buddhist council, became more and more influential because uh, he was the first person who convened the Buddhist council at Rajgriha.
Okay.
So, because of all these things, he became very, very strong politically. That's why Magadha was, and then he laid the foundations of Patliputra, which has a huge history.
Correct.
As a city, Patliputra has a huge history.
Right.
Not only with the Magadhan kings, but later when you will, when we will discuss about other dynasties, then also you will find the mention of Patliputra.
Yes. So I think contribution of Ajatashatru is immense because he has laid the foundation of Patliputra, who is in our history page attained at greater heights. And apart of this, he was a great general. He's invented a weapon which we generally don't know. Most of people don't know and they don't discuss. So I think I can safely say that Ajatashatru as a great general, and we should be discussing about his profile in schools, and people should know about this great king. It was so lovely to talk to you, Mitaji. We'll meet again in next episode and discuss another great king of India. Thank you so much.
Nice.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmak Live, and I am Chandrakant. Yesterday we talked about Tesla deciding to allow other electric vehicles from other manufacturers to come and use their charge points and charge their vehicles. So I think there is a little bit of standardization which is going to happen. That means a plug which will be standard across all EVs. And today we are talking about the next leap in battery or energy storage technology. And for this discussion, I will be joined by a very special guest joining us from UK. Before we start the discussion, I have to tell you that there is this QR code using which you can get connected with us instantly. All you have to do is point your mobile phone camera on this QR code and you will be connected with us. So friends, don't go anywhere. I'll be joining back with my friends in a moment. Welcome back, friends. And today we have Mr. Neval Gunt as our guest. He's joining us from UK, and we have a very interesting subject to discuss, and it's about the new advancements in electric vehicle or electric propulsion or electricity store and use technology. So, Neval, welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. I'm doing really well, actually. We're in the summer in the UK. You wouldn't believe it with the rain that's falling outside, but or maybe that's what people expect of the UK. But yes, doing very well. Looking forward to this discussion today, which follows on from our discussion about charging, electric charging vehicles, and the way that we're looking at, or the way that Tesla is now looking at being less of a monopoly and more in the collaborative arena, let's say, by allowing lots of people, anyone, to plug into their charging stations using their universal plugs, which is great. It's good news. And today we're going to talk about something that will enhance that arena. So as we all know, one of the biggest problems that we have is storing energy in batteries. And then actually physically getting to the point where, I mean, where are all these, Tesla units going to get their energy from? So look, that's the expansive discussion we're going to have today. And in essence, CK, I suppose we're going to be talking about capacitors, aren't we?
Absolutely, Neval. In fact, battery development has reached its peak. And this is as much juice as we can get is already coming out from alkaline batteries today. So what is the way out? Because with the normal batteries, even high output batteries can take you up to only 200 miles with such a heavy weight. Because if you increase the batteries in your vehicle or your aircraft, it will never take off. So the challenge really is the energy density. And the solution that we can think of is storing the energy and have an instant burst out into the battery whenever it is needed. And then the electric vehicle will become practical solution, and then it can replace the conventional internal combustion engines. Why? Because that is the second problem. Because yesterday we talked about charge points, but then charging will take minimum 30 minutes. Even if you go for a fast charge, it will take minimum 30 minutes, and that is not good.
Yeah, it's true, and we've seen a lot of advancements in the battery arena. I mean, just take your smartphone. And when those smartphones came out, the battery would die within a couple of hours, you know, because it was being used. And then all the advice was, well, make sure that you completely deplete the battery before you recharge it. And several years later, iPhones in particular have got a very long battery life, and these things don't overheat. And even if you do keep them on almost a permanent charge, it seems that their life of the battery is still quite long. I mean, it's probably longer than you would want to keep the smartphone. So we're making big inroads in a small way in some respects, because remember, your smartphone is quite small compared to the type of batteries that we're going to be using in electric vehicles. But we need to be thinking smarter. We need to be thinking differently as to how we get the charge into the battery. How quickly can we put the charge into the battery without the battery being disadvantaged? You know, in other words, without reducing the life of current batteries. So we've got some fantastic engineers around the world all looking at this arena. And naturally, they're looking at the solar power conversion into these batteries. So I can imagine, as we talked the other day about all of these, pop-up type energy transfer units that Tesla are going to be putting dotted around India and probably everywhere else around the world. How are they going to get the energy? And it's going to come from solar power, because they're not going to be, sitting next to a McDonald's or a KFC or what have you. Well, they probably are as well, but they're going to be in other areas, that hasn't easily got an electricity source. So we're really looking, I think, CK, at the transfer of energy between solar power, of which India is fortunate because the sun shines incredibly well in India, as opposed to Iceland, which doesn't get so many hours in the day, and the capacitor arena. So the advancement in capacitors, and we've seen that in Formula One, where they use the Earth system, energy recovery system. And I think some of and this is another arena where F1, Formula One, it's the motor racing arena of the world. Grand Prix circuits around the world. I'm looking forward to the first one in India, by the way. We need to have one there. But all of these advancing arenas where they're pushing the envelope. So where the likes of Bezos and Elon Musk and Richard Branson are pushing the envelope into the space race, some of those technologies are coming back to be utilized literally on terra firma. What can we do here? How can we improve what we're doing here? And I see a tremendous improvement in capacitors recently. And I think we're probably going to paradigm shift in the capacitor arena shortly. What do you think?
Well, Neville, actually, capacitor for the, just to explain a little bit for the benefit of our viewers, is a very simple device. It has no moving parts. It has no liquid in it, unlike a battery. It has two metal sheets, and they are blocked by a dielectric. So when we say dielectric, it is nothing but an insulator, like a plastic or something like that. Mostly ceramic is used as a dielectric in the commercial capacitor production. And today, so this is not something new. It has been there for almost 150 years. But what is important in a capacitor, it has a capacity to charge instantly within a second and discharge also. So if you look at our watches, they move precisely after 1 second, and that is being done because there is a capacitor inside the watch which releases the current after each second, which will rotate the mechanism of the watch. So what changes now in the capacitor technology is that scientists are working on charging instantly and discharging slowly, so that the capacitor can get charged from a charging station as soon as you plug in. It is almost like filling petrol in your car. You go to the petrol station, pay the money, get your car top up, and on your way. So similarly, you swipe your card on a charging station. Since you have a capacitor, a large capacitor in your car, plug in, it will get charged instantly. It will have 1-2 kilowatts of power. And then this capacitor will start charging the battery. So you don't have to park your car near a charging station. You can just get your juice within few seconds, move on and extend your journey. And the advantages then, we talked about Tesla saying, hey, you come and charge at my charge station. But if you have a car which has a capacitor, then all you need is a 3-pin plug-in with one earth and two electrodes. So you can literally charge anywhere. You can charge in a grocery shop. So I think that is where it is coming to, and that is really the bottleneck. You know, the charging time it takes. I mean, if you look at the low-end cars, it takes 8 hours to charge, which is not practical. So you drive 200 kilometers and then you take 8 hours to drive next 200 kilometers. It's not practical, especially in 21st century. So I think capacitor is adding a lot of juice in addition to the battery, and then you don't have to really have very heavy batteries in the car. What you need is a balance of weight between capacitors and battery. And that is where it is going, Neville.
Well, as I say, we already knew that given current technology, we're almost exhausting the capability of smaller batteries, more powerful batteries, reducing the weight of batteries, etc., etc. So there needed to be another step, and maybe having a capacitor in the mix. I mean, there was always a capacitor anyway, modulating the flow, but maybe there's maybe there's another sequence, and it's going to be physics. It's bound to be physics that we know, bound to be electrical theory, physics theory that we already are in control of, and it's just going to take that, excuse the pun, that spark where somebody's going to come up with another way of doing things better. And I really look forward to it, because this is where we really start to push the envelope. We start to push boundaries. And of course, you or I, we can explain this, but we're not physicists. We're not, electronic superheroes, but there will be one of you out there. So we're going to reach out to you today and, come on board and have a discussion with lots of people in the world that want to know what's happening. They really do want to be confident that the next step is going to be a step that they can accelerate. And the only way we're going to do that is to convince them that we're on the right track. And you're the person to convince them, not us. We can help you, we can increase the audience, but you're the person to come and convince them. So come on board, have a chat with us, and let's see where we go.
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, a lot of engineers can get connected with us, and if they are doing some groundbreaking, earth-shattering R&D in this space, for example, I've heard about graphene is being used in the new age capacitors, so they can talk about it. That will actually give them a footholding in terms of generating more revenue for their company if they are actually in R&D stage right now. At the same time, there are a lot of advancement in the hydrogen fuel cell technology also, which is an alternative to a capacitor. And the third one is really futuristic, which is having a degenerative nuclear power, which powers the satellite. But that's not safe as of now. So I think the best bet for us to move ahead, powering our vehicles, also powering the telecom towers in remote location, is the capacitor technology. It is safe. It does not spoil with a number of years. It has a long shelf life, and people who are behind it can join us and talk about which stage of commercial use they are in, and we will help them promote their product in a better way. Isn't it, Neville?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We can only push the envelope that other people are already creating. So the whole point about this discussion today is to open it up, Pandora's box. We know we're moving forward. We know we're moving forward at a very fast rate. So what we need to be doing is bringing people along at the same rate. I think technology is probably 5, if not 10 years ahead of the layman's understanding. And what we need to do is close a few of those gaps. And in some respects, raise people's expectations as to what's currently available. But we're never going to win this war on our own. So we're looking out to all of you listeners out there to come along and help us. Let's spread the right word and get this good technology out there, and being used.
Absolutely, Neville. It was an interesting discussion, and we'll catch up again tomorrow on something more interesting.
Absolutely, CK. Have a great day, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Morning Brew with Akul Mac. Today is October 15th, and we have got fantastic news lined up for you. So to begin with, let's talk about Dussehra, which is the festival. And from Akul Mac, we want to wish the entire nation, in fact, the global Indians, a very happy Dussehra. Together, we can actually win over all the threats which are looming over our country and our profession and ourselves. So wish you once again from all of us, enjoy your Dussehra. Moving on, since we're talking about Dussehra, it is also popular for Ayudh Puja. In the ancient times, the warriors used to worship their weapons. Today, we worship our items which are related to our livelihood. So, and also the defense. So the first news which is coming is from Japan, and recently the Japan has changed in their ruling dispensation, and the new party that has come in power, they have actually pledged that they will double this defense spending, and they will acquire new missile and stealth fighter drones and other weapons to deter Chinese military disruption in South China Sea. So this is a very big news, because their expenditure is almost like 2% of the GDP, and this is going to be double of what they were spending earlier. So I think they are actually gearing up to provide defenses to their own country. So I think this is a very big news, and LDP, as the new party is known for, is basically they have just come into power after a landslide victory, and I think this is one of their first decisions which they have taken. Moving on, this news is about Mr. Narendra Modi, our Prime Minister. And again, this is related to defense. And today, as we speak, Mr. Modi will inaugurate 7 new defense companies and dedicate them to the nation. And this is on the occasion of Vijayadashmi, and this will be done around afternoon today. In fact, there are many new developments that are happening. The ordnance factory, which is traditionally the factory for building ordnance for the Indian Army, is also moving towards the goal of self-reliance and defense preparedness. And apart from that, there will be another 6 companies which will be backed by L&T, Tata Advanced Systems, Bharat Forge, which will all produce things like guns, ammunition, etc. So this is again a right day to launch the preparedness of India Defense Forces and the motto of being self-reliant in the area of defense. And PM Modi will inaugurate. So I think if you are a enthusiastic Indian, I think you will be watching this inauguration program, and 7 factories will be dedicated to the nation. And when we're talking about our defense, our Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, has also created news, and this is with regard to giving sort of information about organizing more surgical strike. And because of that, the enemy nation Pakistan is rattled. And they have actually given a press release saying that Pakistan is a peace-loving country, and this Amit Shah's surgical strike is not in a good taste as far as they are concerned. But I think the whole point is that there has been a lot of terrorist activity, increased terrorist activity in India and in the valley. Recently, we have also arrested the lone wolf operator of ISI in New Delhi. He was living under many disguised names for last 10 years within India and carrying out various terrorist activities within India. So I think if Pakistan do not mend their ways of exporting terrorist and terrorist activities into India, I think India will have to take a defensive measure and do something. So I think Mr. Amit Shah is right when he made that comment, but I think that has rattled Pakistan, because they are not ready for any sort of full-fledged war with India. Their economy is in shambles, and they are having really tough time in terms of the global presence and how they are able to sustain their economy and people. So friends, these are the 3 major items apart from a major festival of Dashera being celebrated today. To engage with me, do write in your comments, and I will meet you tomorrow in the next episode of Morning Brew. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye for today. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmek Technologies, and welcome to the roundtable, weekly roundtable that we have. And let me quickly invite our guest, our panelists. First is Ms. Farida Charania from Singapore. She is the CEO of Career Zoom.
Hi.
Second is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmek Technologies. She joins us from India.
Hello.
And finally, last but not the least, my friend from London, Mr. Neville Gund. He is the chairman of MindFit Limited.
Good morning, everybody.
So good morning. And today's topic is basically the job situation. And as we all know and concur that the global job situation has completely changed, and the old jobs are not being asked for. The reskilling has been a major subject of discussion today. So the point for us to discuss and probably inform the people and our viewers about the types of jobs now available and the types of jobs that employer needs today. So without further ado, with this topic for discussion, let me invite Farida. Farida, you work with a lot of companies world over, and you are in the business of recruitment. So I think you are the best person to take this as a first question. What is the type of jobs now available globally post-COVID?
Sure. I'm just going to kind of, talk about the sectors which were impacted negatively and then the sectors which are impacted positively. So, sectors which are negatively impacted and might take a very long time to come back to the pre-COVID era are tourism, transport, retail, and hospitality. And sectors which actually kind of started getting impacted positively are e-commerce, digital media and entertainment, video conferencing services, health and wellness, healthcare, e-learning, supermarkets, delivery logistics, warehousing, storage, e-commerce, pharmaceuticals, robotics, streaming, and again, the video conferencing services, etc. So now, when we look at the sectors which are impacted positively, let's pick up a few skills which I see very often with my clients and they kind of look for. First of all, they look for flexibility. So, flexibility means that someone who's done a certain type of job in a certain environment, is that person flexible enough to actually do it in a different environment? Like, for instance, is it very necessary for this person to be sitting in office and doing their work, or they are okay to do it from anywhere, like the way world is today? Technical skills, definitely, because everything that was real estate is now digital assets. So definitely technical skill. Data analysis, because that's a very very important portion of anything that is done in the e-commerce, or anything that has a digital layer. Critical thinking, because someone who can actually take a thing and very easily transform into a B thing, and is able to actually very quickly adapt, is a skill that is a skill that employers definitely look for. And of course, digital and coding skills and emotional intelligence, because it's not very easy to work in isolation. So these are skills, soft skills and hard skills, that I see very often my clients looking for.
Okay, great. So I think now we have a clarity in terms of what type of skills are now required by the companies world over. And let me invite Mr. Naval Gund. Naval, actually, you work with a lot of youngsters, a lot of middle management people, giving them training. Your company is, always engaged in many such sorties across the world with many countries. What is your opinion on this subject?
Well, as Farida was mentioning there, it's a long list as ever. It's a huge list. And if we can pull the fragments out of that list that have been important forever, but now all of a sudden they're rising to the top. It's a bit like, we've had lots of milk and here's the cream. And this cream has taken a little bit of time to rise to the top. And we're talking about, fundamentally, we're talking about good soft skills, because these are traditionally what they call transferable skills. Empathy, how to be a good leader, which is somewhat different from empathy, as people seem to be calling it. How to be a good communicator, how to work in a team. These aren't technical specific issues. These are global issues that we need to get over. And then we've got this massive change. COVID has done one thing. It's taken all of the traditional homes for, well, if I can't get a job here, I'll go into hospitality. There's always been a job in hospitality, no matter where you are, whether it's flipping burgers or it's waiting on tables or it's the maitre d'. There's always been a job in hospitality until today. As Farida said, this one is going to be probably the longest one that will return to some sort of normality. And even then, the job will change, because even before that, the digital arena had come into some restaurants where you literally just sit at your table and you press bits on your table, and actually you're doing the ordering on your table, or maybe on an app. So things are changing quite fundamentally. And I'm going to go back to the very first thing that Farida said, adaptability. We've got to learn to be adaptable. We're not very adaptable, frankly. And people that are looking for jobs are looking for jobs in the old way. You know, I'm an electrical engineer at university. I'm looking for an electrical engineering job. Well, it may not be there. So what else are you going to look for? So that narrow issue, we need to be adaptable. So what skills have I got? We need to ask ourselves the question, I may be technically developed to be a mathematician or a physicist or something, but I need now to know what those skills could do somewhere else. And the obvious place actually is teaching. People are rushing back into teaching because now that's becoming a home for the graduate professional. Never thought of teaching before, but now they're thinking of teaching now. But again, you know, teaching, you can't just, because you got a degree in engineering, you can't just go stand up in front of a class and start teaching, because guess what? It's here. It's digital teaching. And we all know that that's a different arena. So I'm going to focus on this word adaptability, really, because if we don't adapt to the circumstances of today, because they're not going to go back to what yesterday was. So we need to be future focused. So I think my word for the day, word for this session is adaptability. I've nicked it from Farida.
Great. So I think learning from two great leaders, the job scenario is completely changed. And obviously the jobs are created by the university. I mean, the skills are created by the universities so that jobs can be fulfilled. But those jobs which universities are teaching, education institutes are teaching, are no longer applicable. So let me ask this question from Kanchan, because she works with the universities and education institutes. Are these, pillars of our education doing enough to create new skills so that the new jobs which are available now can be filled?
Yeah, I will be answering this question a bit later, but I would like to express a few finer points from July 2020. There is a rise in job in terms of Indian market, because there are some jobs in media, there are some jobs in railways, there are some jobs in education. So there's a little rise in job situation, and even pass out students can opt for government jobs like police, though currently in some part of India police is in question, but other part of states and cities, they can opt for this job. Now coming to the question is that definitely the new skills are required, because one skill which is not taught is flexibility. The second skill which is not taught in school is team building and communication. And as communication also, there are few classes in few schools, they are teaching communication, but not as a hard skill, which is very much required, not only in India, but across the world. So these few skills are required, a part of technical knowledge, where student is taught maybe coding, but he should be good in maths also. If one student is good in maths, he should also be good in doing online drawing, or maybe something like Doodle, where he can express, I can make these images and incorporate in presentation that gives a kind of substantial rise in the career. And apart of this, I also feel that though jobs are available, as one of the companies like Tata company a few week back said that firing will not solve the problem. So in this case, companies are also adjusting themselves, and they have come to the conclusion that firing will not help, because we need
manpower to really pursue whatever manufacturing or servicing business are going on. So now companies are also realizing, and what I feel is that now companies are hiring people with multiple skills. And in colleges and in schools, I think this is a high time when these skills should be taught so that we can take up smart professionals and hire good employees for the company for the products.
So thank you, Kanchan. So as far as my knowledge goes about the market here, by and large, I feel that the jobs which are available now are in 3 to 4 categories, where jobs are still available in abundance. And those categories are communication. So if you are a smart communicator, there is a job for you in the market. Companies are looking for these smart communicators. If you are in AI, then the jobs are available, because there are a lot of work happening in AI. The humans will be eventually replaced by AI in some of these mundane jobs, and there is a lot of development happening in that area. And the first job is in terms of transformation, because with all these transformation, the organization also required specialists who can actually take the organization on this path. So it's very easy to say that, hey, the world has changed, it's new normal, but who's going to take that new normal ahead without disrupting the business as much as possible? So these are the three different jobs which are in high demand at this point in time. So I leave the floor open to take your comments on this.
I'll take this. So I'm just going to pick up from where CK was just talking about. Let me try to give it some kind of a structure. Whatever the future brings, the workers who adapt will remain the most relevant. So what do we take away from this? Adapt. Now, skills, communication, for instance, like CK was mentioning. So we are talking about customer relations. AI, so you're talking about digital skills, coding, software programming, then soft skills, like Kanchan was mentioning, emotional intelligence, flexibility, digital marketing. These are all skills which are necessary to stay globally relevant. And because of the higher unemployment or people working fewer hours, the impact of pandemic has been felt on all jobs to more or less extent in all countries. Now, where when someone is looking for a job, what is it that we will recommend? So I have a few recommendations here. That firstly, focus on finding a job where you can work remotely, because that could be an important decision to make when you apply for your next role. Again, if you're looking for a job while the sudden spikes of the COVID-19 pandemic remain a risk in general population, it becomes very, very crucial that you look for something where you can work remote or you can work from home. Even if you have to change your sector, uh, don't consider it a permanent move, because COVID is not here forever, but it's going to be there for some time. And once things recover, maybe some years down the line, your preferred industry could make a strong resurgence and could come back as well. But at this point in time, it's very important to focus very carefully on here and now. It is perhaps sensible to look carefully at positions that offer short to medium term security, at least, so you can ride out the worst of the pandemic. And that may mean freelance working somewhere else, or finding a temporary contract to keep you on track for the rest of 2020. So, having said that, the pain is there and it's not going to be all hunky dory. But when you start looking for, jobs, try to look for positions which are either freelance opportunities, opportunity to work from home, and, a structure or a product that can thrive despite of social distancing. That would be my recommendation.
We can't hear you, Kenshin. You need to put your volume on. Still can't hear you, I'm afraid. Sorry. Maybe it's Chandra that needs to turn his volume on.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay,
That's
fine.
it.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, we've lost you again. You see Chandra creeping back in. You know, you can't hide with this, you know. It's live.
Yes, I've corrected the problem which was with the mic. So Kanchan, go ahead.
Yes, so I was saying that I fully agree with Farida, but I think especially in the context of India, there is around 75% rise, 95,000 jobs are available, especially in government sector, like railways, like banks and finance. So I think people who are opting for government jobs, they have a lot of opportunities. But yes, somebody who wants to go in private sector, they must have skills which are required. That is uh, emotional intelligence, emotional well-being, and of course, a flexibility of working.
Yeah, I think the what we're seeing, and certainly Farida's mentioned it. You know, there are jobs available, and the key thing here is, I think Chandra, you said AI. AI is big business, but the interesting thing, AI, as far as I can see, they need programmers, they need strategists. So unless you have a particular skill in that arena, you there's a lot of retraining that you might have to do to get into the jobs that are currently available. So this is a bit of being smart. The nice thing we've got is something called Google. We can always Google it. What skills are needed for this? What skills are needed for that? This person has said it's these skills. What does that mean? So if you don't understand necessarily the job descriptions that are out there, do some research. You know, if you're looking for a job, you have plenty of time on your hands. The time now is to be very focused in what you're doing. Not to say, I must have a job, I need a job, because that little gremlin that you have in the back of your head somewhere will constantly be nagging away every single time you look at the screen and you're trying to focus. So you need to be laser focused now onto what skills you've got, and then go and trial search. You know, as I say, Google is a brilliant place. You can list down a number of items with a comma after it, and all of a sudden you'll get all the news headlines from what's being said about all of those particular subjects. So this is the time, I think, for those that are struggling in this arena, is to start focused and getting some very good research around you. Remember, the job you're looking for could actually be outside your front door, but it might be, you know, halfway around the earth. It could be 10, 12,000 miles away in a digital arena. A lot of the words that Chandra was saying, there's jobs in communication. Communication is a huge word, and you need to understand what communication is. That's not telecoms, you know, that's not being, you know, plug and play and sticking things into PCs. It's how to communicate your message. A marketeer, you know, there are plenty of jobs in marketing, and all of these marketeers are very good at translating the message that's currently being said into a message that people understand. So you're putting the company directly in touch with their customer base. So now's the time not to be worried about it, not to be panicked about it, because neither of those two things are going to help you. You need to get your mind in the right place, set aside a certain amount of time of day, and whatever you do, don't do it as I see a lot of graduates do. They sit in front of a PC for 6 hours, constantly researching and researching and researching. Now, I'm nearly 62 years old. I don't sit in front of a PC for 6 hours. I'm tired after about 25 minutes of very focused type of research. And I'm no different to anybody else. So take breaks, you know, have a glass of water by the side of your PC, do the simple things, you know, use a diary, set a timer. If you haven't got a timer, if you're using your mobile for all this searching and you can't put the timer on there, then get another timer. Go into the kitchen and set the timer on the oven so that, you know, it beeps away at you. There are lots of ways you can get around this issue, you know, and stop saying I can't and start saying I can. Because there's opportunity for you if you, and I'm going to pinch this word again, I'm afraid, if you're adaptable. And the sad thing is, not many people are. And that's why, if you are adaptable, I will guarantee you'll get a job. Because there are plenty of jobs out there.
So I think the first thing that people need today is basically understand what is the reality and adapt to it. So I think, you know, you don't want to be like a ostrich, bury your head and not look at the reality around. So I think the reality is very, very clear that the jobs which were available earlier are not available now. And what is new, as Neville said, a job may be 12,000 miles away from your location. So I think time has come to really become digital, find out what are the jobs which are there. For instance, let me throw some examples. You know, if you look at the media business, that was such a thriving business world over, and different kinds of media being sold by everyone, news to entertainment to movies to anything else, and people makes billions of dollars out of this revenue. In fact, it is one of the biggest grosser of the industry anywhere in the world. What has happened now? There are no new movies in the theaters because the artists have not gone for recording because there is COVID lockdown everywhere. So where will you shoot the new movies? So I think there is a gap. People still need to be entertained. How they get entertainment? You know, there is a digital arena which can be used. So the media can be simply shift from that place to the digital space. So I think this is where the opportunities are. uh, there are a lot of opportunities in the marketing arena. There are a lot of opportunities in influencers because the old way of advertising is gone. There is no advertisers now looking at the content because the content is not there at all. The old type of content, the new content, that means new advertisers are coming in. So you need to create the new content, become an influencer, become a good marketeer, digital marketeer, become a media professionals, become an AI, become data scientist, become a transformation expert, or become a good communicator. So I think these are the opportunities which are available in abundance. What do you guys have to say about this?
I think I'll pick this up here. You know, when you talk about artificial intelligence, it's a very broad umbrella, and people start getting worried, oh, my job is going to go away. So, the World Economic Forum actually predicts that about 75 million jobs will be displaced with AI. But at the same time, 133 million new jobs will be created because, end of the day, a machine can do repetitive tasks. At least in my knowledge, I don't think that, you know, it will replace humans. It will augment human life. It will augment the human experience. It will take away the work which is very repetitive, monotonous, admin. It will take away that work and give the user data which is actually mined in the proper format for them to take actions. So basically, you know, jobs are not going away. Robots are not going to become, you know, they are not going to kind of take away your job. They are perhaps going to help you to make better decisions, to do things which you can do much better if you are engaged. It will not take away the human touch at all. At least I don't think so. Maybe I'm old, but I don't think it's going to happen at least in the next 50 years or what. So the thing is that there are opportunities. Yes, of course, you know, the pay scales probably have gone down because every industry has suffered. And then, you know, the way you actually deliver your services also changed. Like Chandra was just now mentioning, that entertainment is kind of moved because movies are not being released in theaters. You see all of them being released on OTT platforms. You know, Influencers, yes, advertising is changed completely. In fact, yesterday somebody presented a strategy to me, and it's an advertising firm. So it's actually a PR firm, and they presented a strategy. And I think they've had a very steep learning curve, because they have realized that if they give me 100,000 budget and $100,000 of budget, and if they give me the same things which everybody else was doing 6 months ago, I'm just going to listen to them out of respect but not do anything about it. So they came back with some very smart strategies, which was using some of these influencers to actually drive the message, use soft power to attract people, use inbound rather than outbound. So I think that world is changing, and definitely, if the individual is adaptable, again, I'm going to take my word back. If you can adapt to lead, there are a lot of opportunities for you.
You're absolutely right, and the thing is, I'm gonna pinch it again, but don't worry about that. You mentioned I think the critical part here that we need people to focus on is that Farida's absolutely right. For every job that AI will take, and remember, it's taking the repetitive jobs away. And we know something about repetition. It's boring. Who wants to be boring? If anyone's listening to this and want to be boring, just don't listen to anything else we're going to say, because no one wants to be boring and no one wants to listen to someone that's boring. And that's what robots are there for. AI is a robot. It is doing repetitive tasks that somebody's programmed. So for every job that's taken away, which I say, tick that box, let's get rid of them very quickly, there's probably at least 2, if not 3, that will replace that job. The issue is, the likelihood is, it will be at a more technical level. So I think something that we need to realize is we need to become a bit more technically minded. Now, that might just be using an app in the way the app's designed. So you don't have to go on a university course to be technically minded. You just have to Google something and find out what you need to know to have the sufficient technical skills to get ahead of the curve. There used to be a phrase in business many years ago, and it was about consultants. A good consultant is only there because they're half an hour better than the staff. And if you think about that, I see Farida's laughing there, and Chandra's trying to break a smile, because we've all been consultants and we've all hired consultants. And that's really what a consultant's just ahead of the curve. That's what you're paying for. You're paying for someone just ahead of the curve. It might be a long curve or a short curve, but the point is, that's why they're a consultant. That's why they're the expert. And we will always need experts. The more AI comes in, the bigger requirement there will be for specialists. So if you really enjoy something that you're doing, become the specialist in that particular part. And it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's a plumber, an architect, a sculptor, just become the expert. And just picking up what Farida said, this influencer arena, ironically, I was told that I'm one of 100 top influencers in the world in a particular subject. I've no idea why that's the case, and it doesn't really bother me. But the point is, if you get to an influencer, understand what they're saying and what they're doing, and be the influencer in your specific arena. Because we're crying out for specialists. And the more specialist you become, the easier the jobs will be that are coming out there. You may even create a new area that people haven't thought of before. And then be happy and drive hard on it. Be very focused and enjoy it. One word that as the older we get, the more important this word becomes. I love my job. What does that mean? Because if you don't love it, get another one. Simple as that, really.
to
I
add
would like
that
to share.
there are
Sorry,
jobs,
go ahead.
and job seeker need not to worry. Just enhance their skills and be positive and have flexibility and adaptability. So they will get job of their choice.
Okay, so I like to just share a funny incident from yesterday. Somebody reached out to me and said, I'd like to have a chat with you. And I know the person, so I said, okay, let's talk. And they actually told me that they are offering a second opinion. So that person has actually made it their business. So they are offering a second opinion for a queen. Um, Quite a novel idea, and initially I laughed, but I was actually thinking, yes, I mean, it is lonely at the top.
It's very smart. It's very
Yes,
smart.
yes, and it is fairly lonely at the top. I don't have anyone to, kind of bounce my thoughts off, because mostly people are going to agree with me if I talk to my team. And I mean, I respect this person, so I wouldn't mind paying to take a second opinion. So people can get very creative and they can find some niches in there. So I'm just saying that the sky is the limit. We are very fortunate to be in a digitally enabled world where we can actually, give our services online. You could be sitting thousands of miles away and still be able to do work for somebody that far away from you. So well, I mean, it's not that this the impact is really serious with this pandemic, but some good will come out of it, because very overrated stuff like brick and mortar is definitely becoming passé. So there would be opportunities, and yes, if you need a second opinion, I can do it for a fee.
I think someone might call that coaching, but maybe coaching is a bit historic, But a second opinion, I've heard of people that are offering second opinions, and it made me laugh, because immediately I thought, well, that's a real interesting gimmick. And of course, that's what you've got to do to get into the market these days. You've got to have a gimmick. You've got to have, as someone might have said years ago, you've got to have an angle to get in, bit of leverage. There's all these wonderful words in the dictionary that we can utilize, but fundamentally, we've all got it. It's about time we start to use it.
So great. I think we had a very good conversation today, and learning from the leaders like yourself. It has been a great value to our viewers. I'm sure they will be able to change their job scenario, take some of these tips that we have discussed today, and find the reskilling opportunities for themselves and find appropriate job for themselves. So with this message, I would like to end this discussion today, and I'd like to thank you, all of you, Farida, Kanchan, and Neville. Thanks for your input, and we will catch up next Friday.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, everyone. Enjoy Halloween.
Bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmak Live, and I am Chandrakant. Today we want to discuss the case surrounding Raj Kundra getting involved into some sort of obscene material being published on the net and also in production. So to draw light on this particular subject, we will have a very interesting discussion and also clarify what are the laws governing such an issue. Before I start, I have to tell you that there is this QR code on the screen. All you have to do is point your mobile phone camera and you will get instantly connected with us. So don't go anywhere, friends. I will meet you after a short break along with my guest. Welcome back, friends, and today we will discuss about the recent development, and all of us have heard about Mr. Raj Kundra and Shilpa Shetty being interrogated for pornographic material. To discuss this, I have a very distinguished lawyer in our studios, Mr. Jeet Bhatt. Jeet, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me on this show. And yes, today we are going to discuss about this recent case which has been registered against Raj Kundra and his company for publishing and creating pornographic content on OTT and mobile applications.
Yes, so I think most of our viewers may not be knowing the laws prevailing. So we would like to hear from you. What are the laws for distributing and also creating such content? We would like to know from you.
Yes, Chandrakant, absolutely. Yes, so before I state the legal provisions which are in this case applied, let me just give you a brief timeline of how this case developed and how Mr. Kundra was arrested. So Mr. Kundra had started an Arms Prime Media Private Limited company, which is registered in India. And the company was registered for sporting and other recreational activities. But they developed an application, namely Hot Shots, and which is what is right now under controversy because they published contents which are obscene in nature, and the contents were being published from UK. And Mr. Kundra had also sold this company in 2019 to his brother-in-law, who is based in UK. So their defense, what they are saying is that this content is not being published in India, and therefore Indian authorities do not have the jurisdiction to investigate. But the police is authorized and is investigating because the content is being created in India, and the persons involved are also based in India. And therefore the police does have the authority and power to investigate this offense. But Mr. Kundra had sold this company, and probably only because in 2019, an actress had registered a case against Mr. Kundra and his company, alleging that despite of no contract, they continued to post her pictures and videos on the app and even leaked her personal mobile number. So based on that complaint, some investigation was going on. And in that defense, Mr. Kundra said that he had sold the Hotshot application for $25,000 in 2019 to a UK-based company called Kendrin Private Limited, which is owned by his brother-in-law, Pradeep Bakshi. But as per the statement of the police, Mr. Kundra continued to supply content and control the UK firm from his another company, namely Vian Industries office. So therefore, the activities were undertaken from India. But what has happened subsequently is that in June 2020, this application was removed from online applications like Google and App Store because of its pornographic content. In February 2021, Mumbai police raided a bungalow in Mud Islands and busted a live porn video filmmaking racket. And according to the sources, an FIR came to be registered against Raj Kundra after a woman approached the police, alleging that on the pretext of audition, he was calling women, thereafter taking shots with respect to audition and then publishing it on these online platforms. So his name also came up in this creating content which is obscene and pornographic. And therefore, police had called him for questioning on 19th of July, 2021. And after questioning, they found material that he is involved, and therefore they arrested him under offenses under the Indian Penal Code as well as under the Information Technology Act of 2000. And he was thereafter on the next day produced before the magistrate along with a remand application. And the police sought for his police custody on the ground that there is sufficient material against him. An investigation is going on and his presence in the police is required in order to facilitate the investigation. And therefore, the court also granted police custody for 3 days on the ground that his presence is required before the police in order to investigate this offense. And therefore, his custody was granted, and later on, his custody was also extended for another period of 3 days, I think, which is going to end today. And today, his bail application is to be heard before the Bombay High Court. But yes, so what are the laws prevalent in India with regards to publishing and creating pornographic content is provided under the Indian Penal Code as well as under the Information Technology Act. Because earlier, Section 292 of the Indian Penal Code of 1860 dealt with the provisions with respect to publication of obscene books, etc. But this provision was not sufficient, because from 2000 with the technological advancement, now the contents are produced on online platforms and transmitted through social media and other various applications online. So therefore, the Parliament enacted the Information Technology Act of 2000, wherein certain offenses which are in the realm of this World Wide Web came to be introduced in India, and publication or transmission of sexually explicit material came to be an offense from this Act of 2000. So basically the offenses are under Section 292 of the Indian Penal Code and Section 67 of the Information and Technology Act. So Section 293 of the Indian Penal Code makes it illegal to sell, distribute, exhibit, or circulate obscene objects to anyone under the age of 20 years. And Section 294 makes it a crime to do any obscene act or sing obscene songs in public place. So these are the the prohibitions provided under the Indian Penal Code, which make it an offense to do any of the acts which are prescribed thereafter. So what is obscene is also provided under Section 292, and it is if it is lascivious or appeals to the prurient interest, or if its effects such as to tend to deprave and corrupt a person who reads, sees, or hears it. So this kind of material comes within the definition of obscenity and becomes a crime in India. Therefore, publication or transmission of pornographic material becomes illegal by way of this provision in India. But there's an interesting question which came up before the Supreme Court, was whether within the privacy of a person, can an individual watch pornographic content? And with the Supreme Court judgment that privacy is also a part of fundamental rights guaranteed under the Constitution, a person watching in his privacy content which is obscene or pornographic, it would not become a crime. So therefore, watching it in privacy would not become a crime, but storing or transmitting pornographic content which involves children is a crime under the prevention under the POCSO Act of 2012. And therefore, there is a distinction. If any material which is obscene and involves children, even storing it or transmitting it is an offense under the Indian law, that is the POCSO Act of 2012, and makes it a crime involving a child or children for pornographic purposes. And it prescribes a punishment of at least 5 years jail term with fine. So therefore, publication and transmission of content which is sexually explicit in nature, which involves a children or a child pornography, then it's a serious offense. And you cannot even store it and transmit it. So therefore, everybody has to be very careful, because even storing it amounts to a crime under the law, under the POCSO Act of 2012. And Section 67B of the IT Act makes it punishable for anyone to publish or transmit material depicting children in sexually explicit acts in electronic form. So within this provision, creating text or digital images or collecting, browsing, downloading, advertising, promoting, exchanging, or distributing any material that depicts children in obscene or indecent or sexually explicit manner is completely prohibited and is an offense under the Indian law. So these are the provisions which basically deal with these contents. But watching it in privacy would not, except it does not involve children, would not be a crime. So this is the legal position as far as the provisions in Indian Penal Code, the POCSO Act, and the Information Technology Act of 2000 are concerned.
Well, Jeet, now Raj Kundra is still under remand and investigation is going on. So, and it seems that he has, an army of lawyers trying to fight out the case. He's very rich actually because he has made it in real estate in the UK. He's a UK citizen. So considering all these factors, I want to know, as a citizen of India, that can we actually proceed against him because he is not a citizen of India? What are the options available for Indian government to try him out and if found guilty, to jail him?
Well, in fact, the Indian Penal Code applies to every person who commits a crime in India. So it does not distinguish whether he's an Indian citizen or he's a citizen of any other country. If the crime is committed in India or within the jurisdiction of India, in fact, now with the IT Act and provisions, even if the offense is, if the victim is in India and somebody commits an offense, say through electronic form outside in India, like phishing attacks or electronic attacks which are based outside India, but the Indian police can investigate and also arrest the persons out of India and can bring them to India and try them. So therefore, he has been arrested. He is within the custody of the police, and he certainly can be tried in India for the offenses which has been alleged against him in India, and he can be, if found guilty, can be convicted and sent to imprisonment in India. There is no such protection given to any person who is not a citizen in India.
So this brings me to my next question, which is regarding the, it seems that Raj had complete knowledge of the Indian laws and he was trying to find escape routes, and that's why in 2019 he sold prima facie his company to his relative in UK. Will this incident help him in any way, getting rid of his responsibility of doing something illegal in India, but then walking out saying that, hey, it's not my company, I sold it off in 2019. Can he walk away like that?
As per the investigation which is going on and what is being circulated on the media, it appears that there have been WhatsApp chats wherein he was the admin of the group, and there were regular discussions happening wherein he also participated after 2019, after selling his company. So what the police agencies are saying is that he sold it only with a view to save himself. But under criminal law, he cannot, if he's involved, irrespective of whether he's owner of the company or not, if his role is found and if there is incriminating material against him, then that cannot be an excuse, that that cannot be his defense, that he sold his company and he was not involved.
So I think you have explained very nicely, Jeet, and many people may not be aware of how the law works. So in this particular case, Raj Kundra has committed some sort of offense, which is obviously under investigation right now. And if found guilty, he will be tried under various sections of IPC. Jeet, thank you so much for finding time today morning and coming and explaining this whole thing to us, to our viewers.
Thank you, Marivish, for having me, Chandrakant. Thank you.
So I will catch up with you, Jeet, in the next episode of Legal Matters. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye for today.
Goodbye, Chandrakant. See you next week.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, Mr. Trump is arriving in India, and there has been a lot of conversation around what kind of deals that India and US will talk about. And although there has been a long sort of a stalemate situation between these two countries where the trade deals are not going through because both parties are sticking to their guns. Uh, in fact, both countries have their interests, and they are both of them are guarding their interest. For instance, the US wants India to have zero import duty on mobile devices. So obviously, it's a big deal. It's a big consumer market for mobile, and Indian government cannot allow that to happen because there is a huge mobile initiative in India, which is Make It in India, and there are more than 200 mobile manufacturing companies. So Indian government has to also ensure that the local businesses also not have any disadvantage because of the treaty with United States. So there could be other things also, and while those things will take time to sort out, and as people say in business, give some, take some. So I think that will take some time to iron out. However, there are ongoing business which India and United States can still talk about during this trip. I think one of the major item on the table is the defense deals. Right now, Russia is the India's largest ally with regard to defense, and obviously United States can also play a role there. So I think there is no stopping that kind of a deal between India and United States during this trip of Trump to India. Second thing is the issue of China supporting Pakistan with arms and armaments and other support. I think that may also come up as one of the issue. The third could be the effect of Taliban, specifically when United States forces will be withdrawing this year from Afghanistan. So what Taliban will do and how to counter that threat or how to control them, that could be the third issue. So there could be items to discuss which are of the bilateral nature, the treaties to made and sign off. Just before the trip, there was a big chopper deal between India and United States, where the chopper deal was signed up. So like that, there could be 4 to 5 new agreements that can come out after this trip of Trump to India. And while we look at a bigger deal in future once the issues are ironed out. I think one of the major deal that can also come through in this trip is the nuclear reactor deal, because India wants to buy a few nuclear reactors and the United States can provide. So I think he is landing today in India, and I think there is a huge program gala celebration being planned called Namaste Trump, and we all look forward to seeing that gala event. As always, I will see you tomorrow again with more news. Bye bye.
Hello, कैसे हैं?
Welcome to the show, Naveen. How are you doing?
I am fine, thank you so much. I hope आप भी अच्छे हैं.
Yeah, all well, Naveen. I think we are getting into festival season now, and however, I think we are giving a lot of information. In the last episode about graphotherapy was a hit, and people want to know more. Definitely, so we would like to know how graphotherapy analysis can be, first of all, can be done, and how it can be used for the benefit of profiling different people. So over to you, Naveen.
See, grapho analysis is done through the strokes in the handwriting. It is basically analysis of the strokes. What text has been written or what subject is there, that hardly matters at all. आपने Y कैसे लिखा है, A कैसे लिखा है, how is the slant of the handwriting, whether it is right tilted, straight, left tilted, and whether lines are moving up or lines are going down, or words, individual words are having up slant or down slant, how big the handwriting is, how small the handwriting is. All these characteristics define something about the character of the person. So it is basically analysis of the strokes. Okay, it does not matter in which language the text has been written. It can be Hindi, English, German, French, anything. But it is ultimately the strokes which analyze a person. Unfortunately, my knowledge is limited to analysis of only ABCD handwriting, wherever in whatever language we find ABCD, like English, French, German, Latin. But technically speaking, analysis can be done for any type of language, whether it is written in a slow speed or fast speed, in a good mood or bad mood, that hardly matters at all. The strokes will still come and the analysis can still be done.
Well, I think, Naveenji, what you're saying is that the way person writes his language or his verbiage, you can actually, just by looking at it, you can identify. So I'm very curious to know how really it works. Can you show some samples?
Yeah, I'll do that. I have some charts ready with me. See, now the upper line, this is showing the slant of the handwriting. This is a chart, we call it the emotional chart. This is depicting a straight handwriting, and now handwriting slanting more and more towards the right, and a handwriting slanting towards the left. See, now practically speaking, this is a right slant handwriting, this is a straight handwriting, and this is a left slant handwriting. A right slant handwriting depicts a person who is expressive and will generally easily show their emotions. अगर गुस्सा है तो अपना गुस्सा दिखाएंगे, खुश हैं तो अपनी खुशी दिखाएंगे. This is a person, a straight handwriting, who is composed. अपने emotions और feelings जल्दी से नहीं दिखाएंगे. और इसका एक फीचर और है कि this person will be able to meet emergencies with a calm mind. He will not get hyper in any situation. किसी भी situation को वो अच्छे से handle कर सकते हैं. Now this handwriting, ये वाला नहीं, this one. This is a left slant handwriting. Left slant handwriting shows a person who is reserved or maybe an introvert, जो अपने feelings और emotions नहीं share करते. उनके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है, it will be very difficult to judge or gauge. So ये 3 types of handwritings हो गए: expressive person, a composed person, and a reserved person. अच्छा, अब ये चार्ट आपको दिखा रहे हैं. Here you will see different types of M's and N's. This is the way we were taught to write M and N in our schools, which is having a round top. This indicates people who are slow thinkers. Slow thinker का ये मतलब नहीं है कि they are not intelligent. Slow thinker means that they will take time to understand something. They require to study and restudy, go into details before understanding something completely. Now you come to the second line. Here you will see that the M's and N's are ending in a sharp needle type points at the top. This needle type or sharp ending M's or N's indicate people who have a sharp mind. They are very good graspers. They will not take time to understand or grasp anything. Now you see the third line. Here you will see the M's and N's are having inverted V's. Ulta V's दिख रहा है. This indicates people who have curiosity for learning. They want to learn and understand things. They want to go into details and learn more about the subject in which they have interest. So this is a fast thinker, highly, we should say, a very sharp mind person. This is a person who has curiosity for learning, and this is a person who has a habit of going into details to understand something. Now, people may think that this person is very good because he's a sharp thinker, he will understand anything. But there are chances that he may just grasp uh, superficial knowledge. Details में नहीं जाएंगे वो. But this person will go into details and is likely to understand the subject much better. After a couple of hours or after one day of study, he may even understand more than this person who has a sharp mind. So this will give you an idea. I've just shown you 2 charts now. If you wish, I can show you more, and maybe in the next episodes.
Well, I mean, in fact, just jokingly, I'm saying that, people who have very good handwriting can be a deep thinker, I think, and people with bad handwriting can be sharp-minded people. So I think that is what I have understood by, because I have a very bad handwriting, and yet you say that the handwriting has nothing to do with your grapho analysis, isn't it, Naveen? Just jokingly, I'm just mentioning.
No, actually, what you are saying is absolutely right. Bad or good handwriting has nothing to do with the character of a person. Now, let us take a very practical example. Can you actually read doctors' handwriting? It's very, very difficult. Mostly people will not be able to understand what they have written. Does that mean that the doctors are bad character people or bad personality? ऐसा नहीं है. They are highly intelligent people. That's why they are doctors. So it is ultimately the strokes which define the character of a person. It does not matter whether handwriting is legible, illegible, bad or good. वो तो ऊपर ऊपर से देख के हम लोग बोल देते हैं it is a bad handwriting. No, it has nothing to do with the personality of a person. It is the strokes which will define the personality. And as I told you, I don't need to read what the doctor has written. I just need to see the strokes to understand the person better. So it hardly matters whether the handwriting is good or bad.
Well, I think you mentioned about doctors. So in a way, the chemist locally who actually give the medicines after reading that prescription can be treated, can be called a grapho analyst, isn't it? Because they will read the handwriting of all doctors in the nearby area. But moving on, Naveen, I think I have a very peculiar question, which is a particular person handwriting may show all 3 kinds of slants. So in that case, how would you analyze?
This is a very interesting question you have asked, and it happens. All 3 strokes may be there. It is very logical and very practical. Ho bhi sakta hai. Then we have to see what is the majority of the slant, whether it is more of a right slant or more of a straight slant or more of a left slant. But it's rare to have all 3 strokes in one handwriting is rare, but it can happen. That means in particular situations, the person may be very expressive. In particular situations, they can be very composed. And in particular situations or circumstances, they can be reserved also. But we have to see the majority of the strokes, which slant or which stroke is more. Even M's and N's, as I just showed you, we can have a combination of all the 3 strokes. So then we have to see the repetition of the majority or the majority of the strokes. See, that is the reason I've always been telling from the beginning, I require a full page of handwriting for a proper analysis. Then only we will be able to see the repetition of the various strokes. There are many people who claim to analyze people through a signature. Unfortunately, with due respect to them, I don't agree with them at all. Because in a signature, you will have just 5 or 10 letters. How can you actually judge the repetition of the strokes? How can you accurately assess the personality of a person? So I disagree with the concept that signature can define a person and can change a person. It has to be the detailed analysis through one full page of the handwriting, which will be able to tell us the repetition of the strokes and assess the person correctly.
Well, I think you answered my next question, which was about the signature, because what I wanted to ask you is that you may have a handwriting, but your signatures can be a totally different artistic slants, because people tend to sign in a way so that it should not be copied. And the signature has nothing to do with their handwriting at all. They just tend to draw something which is irrelevant or relevant. It depends on the person. So, but you already answered that question. Naveen, how long it will learn to grasp this knowledge? I'm sure it takes a lot of time, but what is your thinking?
See, actually, I should tell you, of course, you will also agree with me that learning is a lifelong process. We always go on learning. Knowledge is never ending. And of course, it's a very big science. And even today, if I get some very peculiar or very unique stroke, if I'm stuck up, then I have to consult few people what that stroke means. So that's how the knowledge goes on increasing, and day by day we learn more and more. And of course, it's a big science, and what we are discussing now on the shows are just maybe 5-10% of the entire knowledge which we might be carrying. So I'll just want to share with you also, 2 weeks from now, I will be in Calcutta, and I've been invited by a college there to give a demo on graphotherapy on one-to-one basis physically. Till now, we have done online presentations in the lockdown time. And they are seriously thinking, the college is seriously thinking to introduce a course for graphotherapy where I can be the person who will be teaching, and the college will be initiating and encouraging people to join the course.
So when you're talking about this course, it will have a curriculum, it will have practice, it will have some sort of complete end-to-end life cycle of the course. So what is your thinking? It will be a 6 months course or a 1 year course?
No, these are actually, these colleges, they keep short-term courses. They talk in terms like this, that it's a 10-hour course or a 12-hour course. So we can plan out say 2 classes in a week of half an hour each, something like that, or 1 hour each. And the course finishes in a maximum period of 6 weeks. So in this time, we will be able to teach graphoanalysis and graphotherapy. And of course, the curriculum and all these details will be designed in consultation with the college.
Well, I think it was an interesting session we had today, Naveen. You showed us a glimpse of what is possible by just showing 2 letters, which is M and T, and also differentiating between the writing styles and giving us how this science works of analyzing people's character. And so I think this is very interesting. And in the next episode, we will discuss more on this. We will also talk about how some of the characters can be corrected by a therapy session. So thank you so much, Naveen, for joining us today, and we will catch up in the next one. Any last words you have for our viewers?
No, it's so nice that you have kept a series, and we are having small brief sessions every week. So it does not become too much for the listeners also. And I'm sure that in small bits, we will be able to share our knowledge and the viewers will be able to grasp.
Great, Naveen. So thank you for finding time and coming over, and we will catch up in the next one. Same time next week.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Well, friends, it is so interesting that just by looking at handwriting, a person like Naveen, who has done this for years, he can actually profile you, and he can also suggest what are the corrective measures. Stay tuned to this series. We will bring this every week. Join us. If you have any questions, you can write to us. If you want to reach out to Naveen, again, write to us on the email given at the end of the video, and we will make that connection happen. I will catch you again in the next one. Hello, friends. Welcome to Atul Mac Live, and I'm your host Chandrakant. The market is opening up. Still, it is very chaotic and very unpredictable. So, the business people today have to understand the strategy going forward, and also the tactical bits of their strategy needs to be implemented. So, to discuss this matter, I will be joined by a very senior, seasoned professional from UK. His name is Mr. Mike Bradley, and he is the Chief Strategy Officer of Scale Up Arena. So let's welcome him. Hello, Mike. Welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
I'm very good, Chandra, and good to see you as always, and good evening to you.
Yes, you're looking good, and your background is fantastic. I think the market is opening up now in UK as well. I know they are opening up in India. However, I think there are a lot of permanent changes have been made to the business, and people may be confused about how to apply strategy, the new strategy, and what are the tactical bits. So your insight in this area will be very valuable. Over to you, Mike.
Yeah, sure. I think one of the things that's particularly coming to the fore right now is that particularly since COVID, that everything is in a state of flux. Everything is in a state of change. Traditional businesses are having to reevaluate what they're doing, even down to, should we keep offices? Should we have remote workers? Should we have hybrid working? How are our customers going to work with us? How are suppliers going to submit their invoices? Everything across the board is being challenged, shall we say. All the traditional ways that we've done things are being thrown up in the air. And to be honest, we don't know where they're going to land. However, I think the most important element of this within your own environment, within the business that you're working, whether it be national, global, local, niche operator, whether it be a pan-global supplier, the principles are still the same. You really have to know, first of all, you have to know why and what you are offering. And that is possibly something that's going to be changing on a frequent basis, because why you're doing what you're doing doesn't change, but what you're offering may need to adapt. We have a lot of tactical things that we need to take care of. There's a lot of tactical actions and thoughts, how we process things, how we support our customers, how we deliver. Those things could be changing on a very, very regular basis. We get thrown curveballs by something that changes in the environment that we're working in that we didn't expect. The key to that is knowing that we still exist and why we exist, but we may have to tweak things slightly to make sure that we keep optimizing the tactical opportunities and actions and tasks that we have to take. But strategically, obviously, what we need to be thinking about is what is our why, and how are we going to continue to supply our why in 3 years' time, but also considering the impact of things like technology over the long term. For example, in customer support, should technology take over? Should we have all of these fully automated, dial in and you press a number for this and press a number for that? Because that isn't necessarily what your customers are going to want. So in 3 years' time, the important thing is going to be how you retain the customers, how you prevent churn, how you increase your overheads, how you manage your overheads, increase your margins, increase your revenues, but without, for example, compromising on your customer service and support mechanism, keeping your customers happy. So I think this is very much, you've got to distinguish between what are the things we have to deal with on the short term, what do we have to tweak to keep us on track on a tactical level, but strategically, where are we going and how are we going to ensure that we pursue the route of uncommon sense rather than common nonsense? Our differentiators, our core values, our core implementation.
Mike, I think you summarized it pretty well. And a few days back, we actually did a feature on our channel, which was about that the current industry is living in the age of resignations. So, viewers, if you are interested in knowing more why we say that the resignations are a reality, you can go and watch that video. But I think coming over to you, Mike, I think the strategy is something that people are very, very confused about. They don't know where the world is going, how how it has changed the world, how we have to rely on technology. Certain businesses who only knew how to do things tactically, now they have to think strategically, and people who were very strategic in their approach, they don't know how to break it down into small tactical pieces and implement. So, do you have any advice to these kind of people? I think the whole lot of chief executives are very confused right now.
Yeah, I think well, my advice would be along the lines of you have to you have to keep changing. 2 is you have to keep adapting. 3 is you have to keep listening, because you have to realize that at any point you're going to have a new competitor. There's going to be somebody who offers something slightly different, slightly better, implementing a different technique, a different technology, which means that in order to keep the short-term actions going in the right direction, you have to be thinking, well, actually, what do my customers really want? We've talked about, you're probably very aware, Chandra, of my corporate AAA syndrome. The corporate amnesia sets in, which is we think we know what we're doing, so we're just going to keep going no matter what happens outside. But the key to that is not let the corporate amnesia set in, which is forgetting that the customer is the one who is making up the spreadsheets and the numbers. So you have to keep listening to what the customers want, to what the suppliers want. It's only by continuing to listen, then adapting your short-term tactics to ensure that you are keeping in sync with those expectations, that you can actually change over the long term and maintain and sustain the business in a positive and proactive way. What you can't do, and as we've discussed previously offline, is you cannot do things the way you've always done them, because the world is a rapidly changing, dynamic, chaotic place. And what worked 20 years ago will not work today. It might work today, but it won't work in 3 months' time. And the key to that is to keep changing, keep adapting. In terms of, I think a good example for me is if you look at Amazon. I mean, when Amazon started, people were skeptical. People thought, no, here's a guy, Mr. Bezos, he's come up with this idea. He kept wanting money. For many, many years, they didn't make any money at all. He, though, kept the strategic vision. His why was 100% there. He had to adapt. He had to tweak. He had to move. He kept moving with the model. And I'm sure in 2002 and 2003, people were saying, oh, look what he's doing. He's not going to get anywhere. He's been doing this for ages. And the fact of the matter is, the early days, the teething stages of a business, it's not easy. But he kept the strategic vision right, and he knew where he was going. And he tweaked the model, and, well, we all know what happened. The internet took off. He was there. He was able to capture the consumer market, but he didn't stop there. He then said, well, actually, what's my next step? My next step is I need to be servicing the business market. So I'm going to launch AWS. And, so even when you've got a thriving business, more for you if you allow the corporate AAA to set in, the amnesia, the asphyxiation, the arrogance, because you will not keep going in a dynamic world if you think you've arrived. It's a journey.
Well, Mike, in fact, I have one question related to strategy and tactical. I think that will give some clarity to our viewers. I think it's the current businesses are based on the employees. They hire people, they give them jobs, and the employees will then carry out the responsibilities. The problem right now is that the three spokes of hiring world-class employee is better pay, excellent working environment, and growth. These are the three fundamentals that company attract their employees. So in today's environment, none of these three fundamentals are relevant because people don't care about money. That I think there is enough proof available in the industry. 80% people don't work for money. And the question of environment, working environment does not arise because everybody is working from home. And the third is growth. So when the CEOs themselves are not clear about their own growth, how they can commit a growth of their employee. So in such a scenario, when all three fundamentals of corporate world is totally shattered, what do you think is going to happen? How these companies will gather their thoughts and plan for the next 10 years? Do you have any ideas or any thought that you would like to share with our viewers?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I always say that there's the 80-20 rule, which is 80% of the work is done by 20% of your employees. I also think that there's a slight modification on that when it comes to the people within your organization. You've got the 80, the 20, and the 5, and the 5% make up the 20% that do 80% of the work. But the 5% are exceptional individuals who are extraordinary in what they do and what they deliver. And what we have to do as leaders of companies is identify who those extraordinary individuals are, who are committed to the vision, they're committed to the strategy. They are the ones who desire to please. They also desire to deliver value and to come up with the uncommon sense that is required to differentiate in the market. So I think it's very much down to the leaders and the directors within organizations to say, actually, yeah, pay and work conditions, that doesn't matter. What we need to do is identify those with a growth mindset. Those people who are exceptional individuals, they will work, they will try to please, they will try to please just not their boss, but their boss and their company and their customers. They are there because they're committed to succeeding, which means actually that 20% of your people are doing all your work. The other 80% are probably coasting along. And it doesn't matter with those whether they're going to be working from home or sitting in office. They're going to be saturating your time, when actually it's the exceptional people that you should be thinking about and trying to retain, because they will be the ones that deliver value and keep you sustaining, listening, and adapting in the way that you need to succeed in today's dynamic, changing world.
Well, I think as part of the changes that have happened and sort of permanent, one of the changes is very, very peculiar. And that is the markets are going down. If you see, all the businesses are suffering, all countries are suffering, yet the stock markets are booming across the world. So it is very baffling to see that, there is no business happening, yet You name any stock market, it's all booming. The prices are going up. In fact, the Indian stock market has doubled the numbers, and the Sensex. So this proves the point that people are at home and they are looking at the alternatives rather than working in a 9 to 5 job. They're looking at alternatives, and so many people invested money. So I think while this is happening, maybe people want to spend time with their families. Maybe they don't want to join back the job. Maybe they want to practice their hobbies. So we never know what is going to kick the workforce to join the corporates. So my question is, in these prevailing conditions, do corporate needs to think of some other sort of bell curve to attract employees so that they can stay relevant?
I think well, hybrid. Everybody, hybrid working is the way to go, but measuring performance via output and deliverables, not via traditional how many hours you're chained to a desk in an office. What we need to do to attract people is to be flexible about how they work. Well, it's the same things: listening, adapting, and giving a changing, sustainable environment that people want to stay in. If we're going to get the best out of people, you have to give them an environment that makes them happy to work. Just as we want to retain customers by making them happy in the longer term, we also need to ensure that those that contribute to the organization want to keep staying. We do that through listening, valuing them, adapting, and ensuring that they can meet their life goals through the organization that they're working for. And I think as a focus needs to switch back from how many people do we have in human resources to people management and people development. And each individual, I often say this, that humans are not robots and robots are not humans, thankfully. And consequently, we need to treat people not as robots, but as human beings. And we'll get the best out of people by treating people right.
I think the last question is about how you can actually have a sort of a work-life balance and how companies can strategically plan it out to attract freelancers, because I think when the trend is that a lot of people are not joining back their jobs and willingly giving resignations today, there is a dearth of workforce everywhere. I mean, if you look at the Chinese, India data and United States data, these are the three large areas and pockets of humanity on earth. Every place there is having dearth of workforce. Yet, lot of skilled labor is available everywhere, but they are not turning back to join the companies. So I think the trend is totally changed now, and I think the CEOs would need to plan a freelancer-based business economy. Do you have any thoughts on this one?
I think that's true. I do. I think that's true, and I think most organizing, most CEOs and leaders would adapt quite readily to taking people on based on what they need to deliver the role. It doesn't have to be full time. It could be part time. It's about contribution. What I think may need to change is the way in which governments and taxation systems work to make it easier for people to flip between different companies, so they're not hammered on self-employment tax or IR35 as we've got in the UK, because IR35 doesn't support the gig economy. So the gig economy is going to be a major part of the future. The remote working is going to be a major part of the future. That means that traditional mechanisms for taxation and for management, they need to change. And I think what we will see is a shift back from what I call the manager administrators. There will be a move back towards more charismatic director leaders, people that people want to be with and want to work with, because they share the vision. They feel that this is the person that they would follow, and they agree with what they're trying to deliver, their why and their what. So but I do believe the environment that governments provide needs to support that gig model and the remote working model, such as, we've got COP26 going on, as we all hear about in Glasgow. Modi's there, and the great and the good from all over the world have gone to COP26, and there's lots of talk around the politicians being seen to be there and say the right things. And we can all sit here and say, yes, this should happen, that should happen. But what happens when the rubber hits the road, when they go home? They've got to then ensure that if they're going to deliver this reforestation by 20, or stop deforestation by 2030, I think one of the goals they've said, wonderful. Go back and now get your civil servants to ensure that they are helping to deliver that goal, because otherwise it's just pointless political positioning with nothing tangible happening in the background. And so I think the same is true with all of these things. We're going to have a more flexible environment for working, then the whole ecosystem around that, the government ecosystem, the taxation system, all needs to adapt to recognize that this is now the new industrial model, the revolution model for post-COVID, post-virtual world, which is not the same as it was 40 years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago. We mustn't be Luddites caught in the headlights like a frightened rabbit, afraid to make these changes that need to happen fast. Otherwise, as you say, stock markets are going to suddenly hit a plateau when all of a sudden things aren't going quite the way we thought they were going to be going, because businesses haven't been able to adapt because of red tape, bureaucracy, straight jackets put on them by non-private sector people. So see, rather controversially. I don't know if you agree with that, Chandra.
Right. I think this is a very vast subject, Mike, and you have given only a tip of the iceberg. We have, we got it from you today. But viewers, if you are stuck and if you think that you need external help to create your strategy and your technical processes, you can reach out to us, or you can reach out to Mike, and he will be more than willing to work with you individually and help you with your strategy, which works for you. Because I think, believe it or not, whatever strategies were working for last 200 years will not work going forward 2020 for the next decade. So I think we can leave that with this message. The email to contact us will be at the end of the video, and also down below in the description. Mike, thank you so much for joining us today. It was wonderful talking to you.
Been a pleasure as always, Chandra. Have a good evening.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmak Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And today our segment is CEO Roundtable. Let me invite our guest today. First, very senior person joining us from UK. His name is Neville Gunt, and he is the CEO of Mindfit Limited. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Neville.
Thanks very much, CK. Good morning, everybody. Look forward to a great discussion.
Certainly. And our guest number 2 is Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of Career Zoom. She joins us from Singapore. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Farida.
Thank you, CK. Excited to have this discussion with everyone.
Yes, we are also looking forward to it. And our next guest is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmek Technologies, and she joins us from India.
Thank you, CK, and everybody. Hi, everybody. How everybody is doing today?
Everybody is fine, and I think the topic of discussion today is, we have been, in fact, all countries are undergoing the COVID-19 situation, where almost entire world is under lockdown. There are do's and don'ts defined by WHO, which are followed by all countries. So literally, we have not seen in the recorded history of mankind that such a unprecedented lockdown has been imposed on the entire earth. And because of this situation, the real pandemic is actually creating havoc on the mankind. People have already lost a lot of jobs. And I think the discussion point is many jobs have been lost already, but it is not over. We are not expecting the vaccine before December this year, if everything goes right. I think the leader is Oxford University, so we will see how it goes. But I think this pandemic is here, we are undergoing it, and people are losing job, which is adding to the pain. So let me first invite Mr. Naval Gund to address this issue, what people should do, because I think it's a reality. People are losing jobs and all kinds of new opportunities are available, but they are not visible. So what is your take on this situation?
Well, we're in an interesting arena. If I have a penny for every time I've heard unprecedented times, I'd be a millionaire, because they are unprecedented. But that doesn't mean to say that we shouldn't be thinking about doing the best things we can. And what we've got in the global arena currently, and I'm not just talking about job seekers, I'm talking about businesses that are employing, governments that are trying to sort things out. But we've got three types of actions that people are taking, three different behaviors. Surprisingly, there's a large number of people in denial. In other words, yes, COVID's happened, so that's a tick, but it's going to go back to normal. Eventually, the virus will have a vaccine, and in a few months, maybe early next year now, things will go back to normal. That's one group. Another group is in complete chaos. They don't know what's happening. They can't control what's happening. They don't know where they're going. They're not planning. They've been set in this headless chicken type approach, and they're literally running around being very busy, but not doing a great deal about it. And then you've got a very small minority that are somewhere in the middle and are accepting that this is something they can't control. It's here to stay. The virus might improve things, the vaccine might improve things, but it may not, because it may not work on everybody. So they're really in the land of reality, and they're now doing things, they're making plans and doing things about it. And the same goes for people that are in the jobless arena. We've got headless chickens, we've got people in denial, and we've got a very few minority in this middle arena. And that is where the advantage comes, because we need to get you into that middle arena, because there are jobs out there, and the businesses are going to give the jobs to the people that are not in denial and not chaotic, but actually want to get after things. It's common sense, really. But let's see whether it's common practice. But it'd be interesting to know, we've got an international audience here. We've got an international panel. It'd be interesting to know whether that fits, in the likes of India, in Asia, in Singapore. But so we've got a fascinating discussion ahead, I think, and we can help job seekers get on the straight and narrow and come out of this chaotic arena, out of denial, and get on with their lives, put the right CV out there to the right organizations, because people are still hiring. That's my take currently.
In fact, Neville, the way you have described is you have put people in three buckets, and the most important bucket is the people who are in denial. And I saw an advertisement yesterday. The premier insurance company in India, they are now looking for new agents, and they are advertising on TV, which I've never seen in my life. So,
wow.
I mean, they are saying, please join us as agent. Through TV, because earlier that was something which was not really focused on. So I think there are jobs available if you see and look around. The previous jobs which were there before the pandemic are no longer available, but I think there are a lot of new jobs that are available. And with this, I would like to ask Farida. Farida, you work with the government and you have a very vast experience working with Asia Pac companies as well as European companies. In your network, what do you see? Do you agree with Neville or do you disagree, or what is so different in your marketplace?
I think I do agree with Neville, because we do see, if we were to look at a broad classification, these are three type of people that you actually come across when you speak to people. And I have been kind of, thinking this through, and I feel that, okay, this pain which is going to come with this is inevitable. You can't do anything about it, but misery is optional. There is still a way out of it. So to a certain extent, crisis, drives alignment, and it allows you as an individual, a company as an organization, a government, everyone to move in a certain direction. Because you realize that a lot of it is fluff around you, but there are things which will still actually move. Yeah. And one of the things that I personally believe is never waste a crisis, because it teaches you something. It also, kind of makes you understand where the resilience actually lacked, and which are the areas which will continue to hire people, which will continue to, kind of come out of this, there would be new streams which would develop because there is a crisis, and everything which was happening before probably may no longer continue to happen. Some of these businesses might go out of business permanently. They might never recover, or they might never, because even though, people think that, things might come back to normal, but it's a very, very long road ahead, and nobody knows what the normal is going to look like. This is an opportunity for every individual, every organization to think differently and start thinking about what is it that we need, what is it that we want, what is it that we can afford as an individual, as an organization, as a country, and together as a planet. So to just, kind of bring a little bit of, my perspective to what Neville was saying just now is that there are new jobs which will be available. CK just mentioned something very new, which is a freelance opportunity. And, maybe people never considered it before. But yes, insurance will become very, very, it will become very important in future, because you don't know how this is going to pan out. Vaccine is still work in progress, and, SARS was 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago. We still don't have a vaccine. The thing that actually gives me a little comfort is that the SARS virus and the COVID virus are the same virus with separate strains. And human trials which were actually happening due to the SARS epidemic, it's the same vaccine with some different strains, and it's being used for this pandemic. But it's all hearsay. I mean, I don't kind of trust that this will come through very soon, and human trials still take the time that they need to take. So we so the community which is in denial, this might be the time to start looking at what you can do, because at least as a professional, I do not see things coming back to normal very quickly. For people who are getting very upset with all of this, I think most of us have been there. But look at the bright side, because there will be new opportunities, there will be new arena. And people who have already aligned themselves, good news for you is that yes, you might not get the kind of jobs that you actually, probably had a year ago or so. The kind of pay scales which will be offered, which it's going to be distinctly different. You don't know how the structure is going to look like in future, but there are jobs available. They might not be aligned to probably your education and your experience, but there will be new things. And there are governments which are pushing this as well. Like for instance, in Singapore, there are new jobs which are either being created or they are coming up as a result of this entire chaos which is happening. For instance, digital ambassadors. The digital ambassadors are people who could come from any kind of educational background, who could come from any kind of experience. These are people who will be trained to become digitally savvy and then go and train people who are not digitally savvy, so that everyone actually comes at the same page. So this is a new kind of a job. It might not be what you've done before, but it's available. So just to kind of bring all of this together, my perspective is that there is pain. More pain will come because, schemes like furlough or, the subsidies which the government is offering to companies to keep the workforce are going to go away. No government can afford this forever. And, more businesses will close down because without revenue, it's going to be very difficult to continue sustaining. But there will be new things which will come out. So keep your eyes open, ears open, and keep your mind open most of everything.
Excellent, Farida. I think you made the moot point here that there will be new opportunities, and I think one thing that I liked a lot is you mentioned about digital ambassador. I think there is a clear need for this, and I personally, as a professional, feel that there are a need for a new type of role in the industry, which is something like digital ambassador. And I think let me invite our third guest for this discussion is, Kanchan works with universities in India and schools. What I've noticed is that almost like every second or third day, there is a new app coming related to some sort of training or education. But, all these apps are available. There are Byju's and there are so many others already available. But are the school adopting it? So my question to Kanchan would be that, our business leaders have already described that there is a group of people which could be very large in numbers, is in denial. And there are opportunities available in some other arena, but the education and university, are they training their students to leverage these opportunities? So Kanchan, what is your opinion on this one?
Well, CK, these are quite crazy times because there's pandemic and people are suffering. But I will take a little a positive approach towards this because in previous months we have seen the most job loss happen only in leisure and hospitality industry. According to one research, it is 47% job loss happen in hospitality. But as I said, I will be taking more positive view because and little India centric, though many countries are working and fighting for this kind of jobless and people management. But what I feel, we have two great options which is introduced by government of India. One is Make in India and one is Modern India. So when we talk about Make in India, then there's a lot of companies who are setting up their companies in India, and thus it is creating a lot of job opportunities. Now, when we talk about Modern India, the government is also stressing on digitization of many services. Now, for example, if I have quoted hospitality. So hospitality industry is closed, but there are chefs who are running their education courses online. So then they have the opportunity, and they are moving towards making something good. So I believe that though there's a job loss, but then, as Farida said, you have to be open your eyes and you have to open your ears to find out where the job opportunities are there. I feel there's little pause phase now going on, but it'll kickstart.
So Kanchan, I think I just continue asking on this path where there are opportunities and people have to reskill, but
I think we have discussed in the past in this program where we have already pointed out that the skill which are required are not being taught by the universities. And what we see, at least in India, I can talk about that the schools are still waiting and watching. They are in that denial mode. I think they, as per the Naval's category, all the schools in India are in denial funnel. They are not looking at the aspects that you pointed out. For example, if you look at the investment by Google in Reliance Jio, $5 billion of investment, they want to develop indigenous 5G platform. So when 5G comes, the chefs who are running their education courses will have a ball on this platform because they can run multiple things with a lot of creativity. But the education is still lagging behind. They are in denial. What is your advice to these people?
I think because they are denial because they are looking for a better time to come. They want that maybe the time which were before pandemic, it will come. But I think things have, water has flown and things will not be changing for a longer time. So maybe sooner or later they are struggling. Actually, many schools are struggling with the technology and with digitization. But I again said I am quite positive that they will overcome, because in every industry there are some people who don't like change. There are some people who like change, and generally people and the management who like change always win. So I'm quite hopeful for that.
Neville, mankind is a very resilient species, and we are going through, like you already mentioned, that unprecedented, you might have heard so many times, but I think let me use this word again, that the mankind is a very resilient species, and they are going through this unprecedented times. What do you think is the takeaway from this discussion? What people really should do to get out of the denial mode?
Well, they're going to have to look in the mirror and make sure that they know where they are, whether they're in chaos, in denial, or they're actually doing something about it. It's been a fascinating discussion already, and this is such a big topic. What we've got to remember is that COVID really has just accelerated all these thought processes. They were already there prior to COVID. Now, the education business gap was there. It got bigger during COVID, to my surprise, mainly because universities have gone more into denial. They've been more focused on improving their own digital presence. And remember, we're in the fourth revolution, which is digitization. And Farida mentioned this one word that is used quite often, but actually not really understood. And before I say what that word is, the World Economic Forum has for the last 4 or 5 years been publishing lots of future job profiles. And they published just before COVID the future of jobs in the next 5 years. And they were saying basically that 40% of jobs are not even identified today. So maybe your insurance company that's looking at lots of freelancers, there you go, there's the word. We're going to become a global community of freelancers. There's no more jobs for life. There's never been jobs for life, actually, since I got a job, frankly, which was many, many years ago. You're going to freelance for a period of time. You may be under contract, but I can see organizations literally moving towards fixed term contracts for everybody. Now that's just, I don't know any facts apart from a few organizations, large organizations, that I've seen move in this direction. But the freelance community is going to be huge. It's huge already, frankly, but it's going to be much, much bigger. And this is where job seekers, you've got to get out of this denial arena. You've got to look online,
Go to respected resources. Don't follow the shiny objects and fake news. Ignore all that. Look what governments are saying officially on their notice boards. Look what the best employers are saying on their notice boards. It's there, it's evidenced. All you've got to do is go and look at it and start thinking, because sooner or later you will see that the evidence will actually start to change your belief. And that's a good situation, because now you're getting a kick of reality, not a perception. You know, perception will keep you in denial or in chaos. The kick of reality will narrow you down this middle road, you know, let's call it, you know, having the right attitude and being in control of your own destiny. So my advice to everybody is start reading, start Googling, but don't look at fake news. Don't look at the shiny objects, and certainly don't follow government leaders, because frankly, a lot of them are bouncing around saying they're in this middle road, but they've got no idea. Some of them, they're feeling their way. And I feel for them actually, because again, sadly, these are unprecedented times.
So there you go. You mentioned that once again. But I think some of this stuff that you mentioned is very important. Is one takeaway for me personally is never believe the politicians, because among humans, they are the most opportunistic people. So we have to look for ourselves, not be in denial, don't get cue from the politicians. So with this, I'd like to ask Frida, any closing remarks from you?
Yeah, sure. I will just actually kind of, take a little bit further what Neville was saying and try to, articulate it in my way. If it helps people, it's fantastic. So sky is not the limit, it's just the view. So basically when you actually talk about freelancers, I'm specifically talking about the gig economy. Now that's something that's going to be huge. The reason being, like Neville was saying, there are no longer going to be secure jobs. So I would break it down that there would be tasks, and there would be people who would actually perform those tasks, and there would be people who need these tasks performed, and they would be willing to pay for it. So there are professionals, there are, even if there are, there are people who have been in a job for very long, they've been cocooned as an employee, suddenly they are in middle of everything, this pandemic, and they realize that it's not going to be easy to find something. So keep an open mind, go to respected resources, see what is it that can leverage your skill, because still work is happening. Industries which are very badly impacted are, aviation, hospitality, luxury, to an extent retail. But then, there is work happening, like e-commerce is growing because that's the only avenue where people are actually shopping nowadays. Hospitality is not like, for, countries like Singapore are trying to do local tourism boost. So something is happening, but it's not going to go back to the pre-COVID times very soon. So keep an open mind, look at what other avenues are available. There should be opportunities which can actually utilize a skill set you perhaps have not used for a very long time. And it might actually just come into use right now. Maybe you're very good at writing and you haven't done it for a while, and there are copywriters which are needed all the time across so many platforms. So keep an open mind, there will be opportunities. It's dark, but then, waiting for the goal, don't miss the silver lining.
Absolutely, very well summarized, Farida. In fact, one of the takeaway for me and for my viewers is that somebody has taken your job, because the jobs are just around the corner, as from the panelists we realized, but nobody can take away your career. So all you have to do is look around and see what are the new opportunities. So with this, I'd like to thank all the panelists today, Neville, Farida and Kanchan. Thank you very much for joining us.
Been a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye-bye.